And we're live on a Friday night, official party night of the Angry Aussie live stream. Although it's a bit of a wild weekend, 4-day weekend. I didn't actually have to get up early this morning, although I did. So stream went a bit late last night. I didn't get that messed up drink-wise. Hey, Shieldsy, how's it going? We'll see what happens tonight. And tomorrow night's date night. And then we'll see what happens Sunday night because I don't have to get up on Monday. So look out. Crazy times happening here. Yes. We'll see what is what in the world. I think does my hair look weird? I think my hair looks weird. Oh well, whatever the fuck. I'm fine. I didn't drink that much last night. And I woke up early and I did have an afternoon nap. So that was good. Annette, yes, I think you had more drinks than me last night, Annette. And hello, Chris, as well. But I'm making a few cocktails this evening. We'll see what happens. Actually, to start with, I'm doing an experiment. I have this sort of hangover from childhood that I don't like ginger beer. And a lot of people recommend ginger beer in highballs, in cocktails, and, of course, the famous Moscow Mule. So my palate's changed a lot in recent years. I thought maybe I actually like. And also, I don't know, I've got from Fever Tree ginger beer and ginger ale. Dry ginger ale. So maybe it's less sweet. Premium ginger beer and dry ginger ale. I'm going to do a quick Google search. What's the difference between... Oh, the auto-completes for the difference between is, what's the difference between affect and effect? Difference between psychologist and psychiatrist. Difference between Catholic and Christian. Difference between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. Difference between Ms. and Miss. Difference between iPhone 11 and 12. Difference between CV and resume. Difference between llama and alpaca. And difference between gelato and ice cream. Those are some good questions. Difference between ginger. Yes, ginger beer and dry ginger ale. There you go, that auto-completed. Ginger beer has a stronger flavor than ginger ale. Okay, ginger beer is traditionally brewed with real ginger, whereas ginger ale is carbonated water with ginger syrup often. Yeah, okay, that seems to be the differentiation. Ginger beer is brewed and fermented, while ginger ale is carbonated water that's flavored with ginger. Okay. Braylon, hello. You drunk as fuck, mate. Oh, you moved. Fucking yeah. All right. Party time, Braylon, because it's a long weekend. Annette, you got a mystery dance delivery. Charlie Chaplin cocktails. Nice. Had a cold wind all day, Shieldsy. It was quite warm here today, and tomorrow's meant to be 30. Right, so I'm going to see if I like ginger beer or ginger ale, because I haven't tried them. Fever Tree make good things, so I thought I'd try Fever Tree. Right. Just a decent whack of ginger beer. And we'll see. Yeah, party time. Starting light, but it's got a real ginger smell. Like if you breathe in too much, like burns your nostril hairs type of thing. Oh, you couldn't work out why you bought apricot brandy. I got some apricot liqueur because it was on a particular recipe. That's quite nice. Yeah, it's got that ginger in there. Man, I think it's got a lot of sugar in it. They're calling it dry. Oh no, that's the ginger beer. Yeah, okay. Okay, who fucking knew? If you'd have asked me, I would have said I don't like ginger beer or ginger ale, but I've not tasted it in decades. Yeah, it's got a little bit of the ginger burn in it, but that's not bad. It's really sweet. Probably got a lot of sugar in it. Shields, do you like the Bundy brewed ginger beer? Wow, there is a real ginger burn when you have a bit of it. That's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't drink a lot of it, but now I know if there's a cocktail recipe I want to try that says ginger beer, I'll be fine with it. Archie Monty, you love the choice for the preview. Oh, is it the Life of Brian picture? Yep. It's Good Friday. Crucifixion, yes. First star on the left, one cross each. Okay. So I like ginger beer. It does have that ginger burn. I probably wouldn't drink a lot of it, though, but as a mixer. Okay, so now I'm trying dry ginger ale. Maybe I should do a palate cleanser with water. Actually, I should. Shieldsy Bundy ginger beer is made from Queensland ginger. Has a good ginger bite. Yes, Annette Moscow Mules is a big one for ginger beer. The mule is basically just something with ginger beer. Its relative Kentucky Buck has bourbon and ginger beer. I'm just going to get another glass. I'll just get a plastic cup, actually. And get some water as a palate cleanser. It's enough. The palate cleanser between the gingers. All right, that's good. Alrighty. So this is dry ginger ale. No, that's good too. See, this is silly. I literally have spent decades saying I don't like ginger beer or ginger ale, and I do. Isn't that weird? You decide like this is me. This is I like this or don't like that, and it's not necessarily true. It's like a story you tell yourself. Yeah, I think the ginger ale doesn't have the bite of the brewed ginger beer. Still got a ginger flavor in it, very much so. Okay. Question answered. Do I like ginger beer and ginger ale? Yes, it is. It's like there's a mysterious figure edging their way into the kitchen. Do you want to know if I like ginger beer? Yes, I do. Yeah. I like both of them. The ginger beer's got more of a heat, a ginger bite when you do it, because that's the one that's actually brewed. I looked up the difference as well because I didn't know. There's Mrs. Angry wanting to get filled in on the experiment. Ginger beer is brewed and fermented with ginger, whereas ginger ale is just carbonated water with ginger flavor in it. So it's maybe ginger syrup. But yeah, I like them. I like them both. So just my palate has changed so much over the last couple of years. I just kind of realized I should stop saying I don't like ginger beer and actually try it. You know, periodically I try actual beer and like, no, that's still fucking gross. And coffee's still fucking gross. I don't like coffee. So, What's the other one I don't like? There's well now I'm safe with ginger beer, so that's a load off my mind. But of course, because I don't like coffee, so of course espresso martinis or so. Oh, that's the other one. Fucking Campari. Jesus, can't fucking handle Campari. Way too bitter. I've got bitter drinks over there. I've got Amari. Got more than one, so it's Amari. But Campari is just too fucking much. So I get locked out of a bunch of cocktails because I don't like Campari, but I just do a substitute. Get locked out of cocktails because I don't like coffee. Can't really substitute. Oh, you can with chocolate, but it's a very different drink at that point. But now I'm okay with ginger ale, ginger beer. Shieldy, Bundy Brew soft drinks. Yes. You're right. They would make good mixes, I think. Was it the other taste test I did a while ago was sarsaparilla? I got some Bundy sarsaparilla and I thought, dude, I have this thing that I don't like sarsaparilla, but I'm not sure if that's true. And I got it and I like it. Again, I wouldn't drink a lot of it. But I like it. All right, so Jesus, I'm all about the science this week. Like last night, it's bubbly. Last night I did the scientific experiment of is there a difference with the milk clarified drinks if I let the milk separate for about an hour or 24 hours? Does that make a difference? No, it doesn't. It does not. So, and today my science was, do I like ginger beer and ginger ale? The answer is yes, I do. So there you go. All right. Oof. It's a mystery. So I've decided I'm going to make a Kong versus Godzilla cocktail tonight after being very disappointed with the recipes for King Kong cocktails last night. I decided, I should go the other way. What are Godzilla cocktails? And the common thing was to make them green or, like a really radioactive color. And I thought, I can do that. I can do a radioactive color one with curacao and Midori and banana liqueur. And so that will be, I'm going to make that tonight. I'm going to make a video for that, Godzilla versus Kong. Maybe I should get straight into that. Actually, maybe I should, and then I'd have a drink as well, wouldn't I? Oh my god, that just reminded me of a terrible joke used to tell when I was kids. A guy, and this goes back to the idea of a dance in the country where there'd be a dance and everyone would go and you'd ask someone to dance with you, someone you don't know. And there's this guy who's very self-conscious because he had a fake eye that was made of wood, and it was very obvious. You could tell it was fake, and he was very self-conscious about it, and people always, it's like a BNS, a Bachelors and Spinsters ball. He was very self-conscious about his wooden eye, and he was women laughed at him when he tried to talk to them because he had this eye made of wood, and he's trying to overcome it, and he sees. He's at this. It's a BNS. It's a dance. People inviting people to dance, and he sees this woman, and she actually has a hunchback, and he thinks she's by herself. Oh look, I think she'll identify with me because people are avoiding her because she's a bit unusual. People are making judgments, but hey, she seems nice enough to me. I'm going to go over and ask her for a dance. And so he walks up and holds his hand out and says, "Excuse me, would you like to dance with me?" And she goes, "Oh, wouldn't I?" And he says, "You can't be fussy, hunchback." I fucked that up. But it's a joke about Would not I? Wouldn't I? I've not even been drinking, and I absolutely fucked the delivery of that. And it was a terrible joke anyway. It's a terrible joke. We used to tell so many terrible jokes when we were kids. He says, "Would you like to dance?" She says, "Oh, wouldn't I?" And he says, "You can't be fussy, hunchback." Jesus, I just fucked up the delivery. Oh well. Cecily. All right, I am going to do this. I'm going to make a. I just need to check. The movie's called Godzilla versus Kong, yeah? Yeah, okay. So the cocktail, which I am now inventing, is going to be called a Godzilla versus Kong. Okay. So I'm going to go with my brightly colored things. Midori for greenness. Banana for Kong. Where'd I put my blue curacao? I think that's it there. I think I'll put some rum in it too. Just some white rum to not mess up the flavour, the colour. Okay, so, and probably some, what do I want, lemon or lime? Maybe lime to go with the rum. Where's my lime juice? Oh. Mix a bit lime juice. Right. Lime juice. I'm going to put some lime juice in there. Because I like some lime juice. What does this one have in it? Half an ounce, half an ounce, half an ounce. Jesus, who would put simple syrup when they've already put passion fruit and blue curacao in? They're all sugar. No, I'm not going to add any sugar syrup because these things are all fucking sugar. Right. All right. Gotta get my shaker and my jigger and my filter. There we go. I'm looking for that. Right, all right. I should have rinsed these things before coming on, but I'll do it now. Join the struggle while you may. Revolution is just a t-shirt away. Waiting for the great leap forwards. In a perfect world, we'd all sing and cheer. This is reality, so give me some room. Charlie, Annette, you've made a Charlie Chaplin. Add lemonade. Yeah, sometimes turning cocktails into highballs, like just top them with lemonade or ginger beer or whatever, works really well, or even just soda water. Or what's the one people like to add? Prosecco, that sparkling wine that got really trendy. So I got my cocktail. Why did I not pick up my jigger while I was over there? Okay. Right, I'm back. Hits me. Oh, fuck me sideways. I almost knocked my glass over. Again, I have not been drinking at all. Shaker. Don't think I need anything else. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. All right, we'll make this together. You can watch me make it. Gotta put my audio recorder on. And I just make sure My camera is still pointing the right place. Turn my light on. Turn on your light. Okay. Yep, that looks good. That looks rinky dinky die. That's not a thing I ever say. I don't know why I'm saying it now. But here we go. Ooh, I need to look something up. There is a factoid. All right. Just, don't mind me. Actually, I'm really glad I remembered this. Oh, look. Help. I'm trying to... How goes my... Sorry. Just trying to climb up to my screen. Visual humor. Okay. So I'm just looking up in Diffords because they had the date that the original King Kong was released. So I'll say it was somewhere from the 6th. Let's have a look. Olympics, New Year's Eve, no. 7th. World Health Day. Aha, the 7th. King Kong, 1933. Nice. And my fridge just started making noise. The fucking compressor just went on. I might wait for that to stop before I shoot this, actually. God damn. Annette, like, I guess if you want all the sugar, but I mean, if I put this, fucking blue Curaçao's 50% sugar, Midori's 50% sugar, and this banana liqueur is 50% sugar. And of course, rum, that's actually distilled from sugar, from molasses. Beanley, bottled in Australia using local ingredients. Vock owned, this is interesting, Vock owned Beanley. There you go. Yeah, because these shitty Vock liqueurs are actually made in Australia. They're not shitty, they're fine. So does it say manufactured in brandy vats, the refined rum finished in vintage Cowrie barrels, handmade in 1917 by a now long gone Master Cooper. Jesus, they keep really old barrels. Legacy and love of craft lived on in the old barrels. However, as their maker, they have a unique character, smooth and subtle, impart a little of this to each and every drop. We hope you enjoy this fine rum as much as we have enjoyed the making. We are Beanley. Every drop is distilled on the banks of the Albert River. Nice. 40% ABV. There's a soft mouthfeel, hints of molasses, sweet oak, and floral notes. I never taste those things. All those things they say for tasting notes, I never taste that. So, Shields, you're looking on eBay, you can get food grade molasses. Gonna make your own rum. I guess all you have to do to make molasses is boil down sugar. I'm sure there are online tutorials in how to make your own molasses. Or you can just get molasses from the supermarket. Yeah, I can see at some point I'm going to be this weird old guy. I'm going to get a still because you can buy stills. And I'm going to buy a still and make my own fucking moonshine. That's a thing that's a thing I see in my future. Right, so King Kong on the 7th, 1933. So almost 90 years ago. Right, okay, so I've got that little bit of trivia in my head. Okay. Turn on the camera. Okay, that's recording. We're on the road again. Okay, am I in focus? Fucking autofocus has had a habit of going out of focus. Okay. Here we go. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for another cocktail. And I'm going to celebrate a movie I haven't seen yet. But hey, in this part of the world at least, we can go back to the movies. I know there are lots of lockdowns still happening around the world. Anyone watching this in the future, this is April 2021. A lot of people are still in dire straits. Australia is largely COVID-free, apart from the occasional very small outbreak. So I can go to the movies, and there is a very cheesy blockbuster just opened, Godzilla vs. Kong, bringing back the monster movies. And I found out online, I think it's a coincidence, I don't think it's planned, but it's actually the anniversary of when the original King Kong movie was released in 1933. It first graced cinema screens April 7, 1933. So with those two things in mind, the anniversary of the original King Kong and the release of new Kong versus Godzilla, I'm going to make a Godzilla vs. Kong cocktail. I was looking for ideas online, and lots of people had things they call King Kong. And I think for Big King Kong, they're making really strong drinks, and quite honestly, a lot of them were very stupid. Like one of them was actually 9 standard drinks. And I mean, that's just something. That is one drink that will make a doctor call you a binge drinker. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. But I also looked up what do people call Godzilla ones, and people were going for very bright sort of green or blue ones. And of course, yeah, that makes sense for Godzilla. Make the drink look very sort of nuclear bright. So I pieced bits and pieces together, and I've come up with my own idea for a Godzilla vs. Kong cocktail, and we're going to make it right now. Now, I do want to give the drink a bit of punch, and I'm going to be using a lot of liqueurs for the color and flavor, and they're comparatively low alcohol volume. So I want a bit of punch. So I'm going with a white rum. You could experiment. You could do the white spirit of your choice. I'm using this white rum from the Beanley Distillery in Queensland. Just quite standard, 40%, 80 proof whiskey, but it's quite a nice one. I think it's Australia's oldest rum distillery, actually. But I'm going to start with 2 ounces or 60 mils of white rum. My plan to get a nice nuclear waste glow to this drink to commemorate Godzilla is to use some fairly brightly colored liqueurs, and I'm starting with blue curacao. I'm going to do just half an ounce, 15 mils of blue curacao. And if we're going for fluorescent colors in what's going to be a rather fruity drink, Midori should make a showing as well. So again, I'm going to use half an ounce or 15 mils of Midori. That was a lot more than half an ounce. That'll do. For the Kong side of things, banana. Of course, we have to go banana. So I'm going to add some banana liqueur. This one's from Giffard, but there's a lot of banana liqueurs on the market. Get the one you have out. And I'm just going to add half an ounce, 15 mils of banana liqueur. I'm not going to add any sugar syrup to this cocktail because those 3 liqueurs are all very sweet. So I think sugar syrup would be overkill. In fact, I think we need to cut that a bit and brighten it up a bit. I'm going to add some lime juice. We'll go with 1 ounce, 30 mils of lime juice. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Need some ice. You know. Ugh. Do that thing I'm very bad at and crack some ice. Crack some ice. Righty-roo. I'm going to crack some ice. Gonna crack some ice. It's a nice sort of turquoise color at the moment. All right, let's do this. Oh, I'm off to a good start. Don't want to jinx myself. One more, I think. I don't know if you can hear that's like little bits of ice shrapnel flying around the kitchen as I do that. Okay, for me, that was a remarkably successful ice cracking. All right, put that back. This is a shaken cocktail. We add ice to our shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, and shake it for about 10 seconds. Come apart, you bastard. Oh, look at that fucking color. That is fantastic. Might not, because I still have problems with green on this thing, but it is a great color. Just got to get a coupe. Ah. Yes, don't smash the glass. Right, okay. Now I'm going to strain this into a coupe. You could use the glass of your choice. I'm going for a coupe. Strain that, oh yes, very Godzilla-inspired color in this drink. So I'm actually really happy with that color. That's really intense. Very turquoise green crossover. Well, I'm happy with the color. Now, taste-wise, considering I've just made this as a novelty, what does it taste like? It's That's actually pretty good. Actually, considering I was just making this up on the spot just for a bit of fun, that's worked very well. Possible tasting notes? Maybe I could have done it with less lime juice, used 1/2 to 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice rather than a full ounce. And the rum I used, it's really coming through. And that's fine because I like rum. But if you're not that big on the rum flavor coming through, you could either use slightly less rum, like 1.5 ounces instead of 2 ounces, or you could use something that's actually a bit lighter, like Malibu, which is a lower alcohol by volume. And yeah, the coconut would probably go quite well with the fruity flavors that are in this as well. But I am happy with how it stands. I think this is a reasonable tribute to Godzilla versus Kong. It's green, it's got bananas, and it's possibly dangerous to humanity. So it fits all the bills. And it's easy to make. Those are pretty straightforward ingredients. A rum, banana liqueur, blue curacao, Midori. They're all quite easy to get. Or, just a melon liqueur. And you can have a bit of fun. because, brightly colored novelty drinks, they're fun from time to time. I don't drink them all the time, but every now and then they're good for a laugh. And every now and then I'll make another one. And other times I'll make something different. You'll have to come back to find out what the next exciting installment is. So I hope you do. If you're not already subscribed, it would be great if you did. Hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload videos. And I'll continue to explore the very varied world of cocktails. And I hope you can join me in that adventure. But in the meantime, take care of yourself, take care of people around you. And until I do see you again, I'll say cheers. Now I'm just going to turn things off. Wrestling Days, Big Pat. How are you, my man? Right, just turning stuff off. Join the struggle while you may. All right. So now I can sit down with a drink. Yay! It's Friday night and the drinks have started. I think this is a very suitable sort of nuclear waste color for. Not that nuclear waste is actually this color, but in the movies, toxic waste is always glowing. Shields, you've been Googling. Molasses is a byproduct of crystallization of sugarcane juice. There you go. I think originally molasses was regarded as a waste product, the processing of sugarcane. And at some point, some bright spark went, well, you can distill sugar. You put the yeast in and the yeast eats the sugar and it'll ferment and then I can distill it. And so where all the sugarcane plantations were, they became rum distilleries too. And that's why there's actually, the sad history of rum is the history of slavery as well, particularly in the Caribbean. A lot of the plantations where the sugarcane was grown were worked by slaves, or at the very least indentured people. And yeah, not great, really. Even in Queensland, in the early days, the cane fields were worked by Pacific Islanders who were kidnapped and enslaved. The process that had the very bizarre euphemistic name of blackbirding, which is basically kidnapping and enslaving people from the Pacific Islands and making them work the cane fields in Queensland. So it's a kind of global thing. The history of sugar is the history of rum, is the history of slavery. They all go together. There you go, Shieldsy. Molasses was used as food supplement for cattle as well. There you go. So yeah, maybe should have put slightly less lime juice in. I should test run these fucking drinks before I make them. But yeah, I'm actually a fan of the fact I put 2 ounces of the Beanley rum in. That makes it really punchy, because these are all comparatively light in alcohol. 20%. And there you go. Midori's made in the USA. 20%. And the Benane is 25%. So they're all comparatively low alcohol. So 2 ounces of the 40% rum is good. Oh no, Chris, it came out well. It's like literally, if I was going to tweak it, I might use less lime juice. It's definitely not bad though. It's actually quite nice. Glee, hello. Should have a lizard in the video. You spent the childhood watching giant lizards in Japanese movies. Yes, I remember there were some quite funny movies with the old Ray Harryhausen stop motion where they actually used real lizards and tried to shoot it in such a way that the lizard looked like a giant monster. If you find them, they're a hoot to watch. Big Pat, I am fine today, buddy, and I hope you are too. Yes, I think one was Journey to the Center of the Earth. I remember one where they stuck these, those sailback dinosaurs. They had these iguanas, and they just stuck these things like the sails from the sailback dinosaurs on iguanas and had them running around like they're dangerous giant prehistoric monsters. So they got to shoot them like really close with a macro lens to make them look threatening, and then the actors have to run around an empty set going oh, and the magic of the special effects put the lizard in the same shot as them. It's pretty funny. Oh god, now I'm going to sneeze. I'm not as snotty as last night, but there's a tickle in my nose. It was weird how last night I got better as the night went along. Like the first hour or so, I was pretty rancid and snotty and did not feel good. But by about hour 3, I was feeling quite good, which is weird. Glee, I agree. It was probably cardboard they stuck on the lizards. It's hilarious what they did in those old movies with like no budget and no flashy special effects. Big Pat, my cat is good, mate, because we've been having warmer weather here. Mimsy has been enjoying lying on the concrete that gets warmed up by the sun. Speaking of lizards, Mimsy is a real lizard who likes to lie on warm concrete or warm rocks and just soak up the warmth. Glee, what did you have after the flu shot? A runny nose or... I don't usually have a reaction to flu shot. I remember last time I went to the Philippines. You go somewhere like the Philippines and you have to get all the really exotic shots. You have to get a fuck ton of shots. And the day I had all of them, the next day at work, I was feeling a bit weird and trippy. It was a bit sort of, oh fuck, okay, this is a bit weird. When I said I feel weird, people said, no, you're just your normal self. You're always like that. I'm like, no, I feel weird. So that's probably the biggest reaction I've had to a vaccination. And because that was for all sorts of things. In fact, what vaccinations for Philippines? Travel vaccination requirements for the Philippines. I accept the disclaimer. Medium risk, malaria risk. So dengue. Ooh. Yeah, of course I'm not doing it now because of COVID. Yeah, okay. So you have to get vaccination for yellow fever, Hep A, Hep B, typhoid, influenza, rabies, encephalitis, polio. God, 3 sorts of encephalitis: Japanese encephalitis, tick-borne encephalitis, meningococcal meningitis, although the last 2 are low risk, and no risk of cholera. So I mean, can't imagine. I'm not sure if you get, but I remember, yeah, there was for things like yellow fever and typhoid and whatnot, and they made me really fucking woozy. Shieldsy, your hay fever's playing up with the wind. Yeah. But poor hay fever sufferers in COVID world, when they got the sniffles and coughing or sneezing and people treating them like they've got the plague. And it's fucking hay fever. Get off my case. So I'm going to make another video that I call my, what am I calling it? The vodka is bullshit. I'm going to do a series where I make a popular vodka cocktail without vodka. And I'm going to think, okay, just for looks, you want it to be a white spirit. So I'm going to make it with, instead of vodka, rum. I'm going to make 3. I'm going to make one with rum, one with gin, and one with tequila, and see which one's best. Pat, when's the next YouTube meetup? You didn't come to the last YouTube meetup. In fact, no one goes to YouTube meetups anymore, so I can't really be bothered organizing them because it's a pain in the fucking ass, and no one shows up. So that's not completely fair because some people do, but it's kind of diminishing returns from my perspective. Glee, when you were in ICU, they gave you Propofol. The stuff Michael Jackson had. What a trip. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes prescription medication is mad stuff. It's very, very, very full on stuff sometimes. Yep. Probably definitely the only adjustment I'd make to this cocktail is do half an ounce of lime juice instead of a full ounce and see what that tastes like. Not tonight. I already made it, and I'll probably never make it again. So I'll never know the difference that half an ounce of lime juice will make because I'm not going to make it again. Sunbear, your hay fever's been bad too. Oh yeah. Oh, you're having a really bad hay fever season. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it all comes down to sort of what's flowering and dispensing its pollen, isn't it? Yep, Shieldsy, that's it. YouTube meetups were more of a thing 10 years ago. Yeah, I keep having people say they want to have meetups and then they don't fucking show up. So it's like, oh, well, that's a fucking great use of my time, isn't it? God, I sound like a grumpy old man, don't I? It's because I'm a grumpy old man. It's not an illusion. It's what I actually am, a grumpy old man. But we shall see what the future brings. This is a very pretty color, this drink. So I'll probably do a thumbnail of this with the Godzilla vs. Kong picture with me in the middle holding a cocktail. Like a rah, and me just going, guys, why don't we just have a drink? Just have a drink, guys. Calm down, have a cocktail. Yes, Shieldsy, we're old, mate. Time marches by. Like I said, it's not so much my age that makes it, because I'm fine with my age. But again, like some of the early YouTube meetups, when I met people who, weren't even 18, they showed up at this big YouTube thing and they weren't even 18, and now they're late 20s or even 30. That's weird. That is super weird. People who, when I first met them, couldn't even legally get a drink, and now they're late 20s or even 30. So that is quite weird. Because, I met them, you're kids, you're like 17, 18. And it's like, no, now they're 28 to 30. It's yeah, that is a little bit weird, quite honestly. All right, gotta put this stuff away. Gotta keep the desk clear. I see, Glee, I don't feel that old. Like I said, it's just when I find out how old other people are, it weirds me out a bit. Cue the sound back. Put the Midori back. Put the banana back. We'll keep the rum because I'm going to use that for the porn star martini. Right. Ugh. Should I go straight into my? I should go straight into my porn star martini, and then I'll have 3 drinks lined up, and then I can just kick back and just work my way through those 3 drinks. Yeah, Shieldsy, they have fucking families, mate. That is a real thing. Some of them have gotten married and divorced since I've known them. So, yeah, time keeps on keeping on. Right, so first thing I should do in prep for my porn star martinis is chill some glasses. Sunday, you got work called you a liar when you told him 49. Yeah, people usually. I mean, it was more of a thing when I wasn't grey, but like particularly when I color my hair and beard, people usually get my age wrong by at least 10 years. I mean, and to be fair, I've seen 30, 40-year-olds who look way fucking older than me. It's my good, clean Christian living that keeps me looking so youthful. Right. I'm going to chill some glasses. All the same glass, I suppose, would make sense. If I had a chance to lift the world to dance, instead of dancing with myself. Don't know why that Billy Idol song just got into my head. Okay. Put some glasses on us. Whoops. Whoopsie. That one. There you go. You all chill there for a few minutes. Okay. Oh, nice. Glee, 68 in June. It's not going to be good as next year when you're 69. Nice. Big Pat, you're playing Xbox One, mate. Okay. Right. Gonna pick some fights by saying that vodka is bullshit. What is with this fucking search on Diffords? I'm going to follow the Diffords recipe. I'm going to do passion fruit, fuck vanilla vodka, passion fruit liqueur, vanilla syrup, which I got there, lime juice. All right, so just go to my passion fruit. I got to decide which gin to use. Maybe the citrusy one. I've got what they like to call a citrus forward gin. Hey, are you okay on Twitch? Hello, I'm okay. And Mr. Aussie Adventurer. That's 2 bar trolleys, mate. That is fucking 2 bar trolleys over there. Big Pat, I have literally not seen Luna for years. So yeah, look. Oh, my webcam. Earthquake. Trolleys. And that is so we can make a variety of drinks. People go, you must be a fan of alcohol. Well, maybe I'm an alcoholic. I don't know. But people think that because there's lots of booze there, that I must drink lots of booze all the time. It's like, no, I make cocktails. And I like to have a diversity of ingredients that I can make cocktails with. And so I just use little bits of those. Bottles last ages. Last year, I stopped keeping track this year because I got bored with it. But last year I kept track because I thought, how long do the bottles last? And so I was recording when I bought bottles and when I finished them. Oh, Jesus, that was fucking off-putting. I just got caught by surprise at someone at the door next to me, and it just shocked me. It's like someone playing with Mimsy by the sounds of it. And hello, Justin, by the way, if I didn't say hello. Yes, yeah, so I kept track of the bottles last year. And also, like a lot of people, I bought a fuck ton of booze during lockdown. But I wasn't finishing it particularly quickly. I was keeping track of when I bought bottles and when I emptied them. And with about a year's worth of tracking data, I could feel a bit comfortable, like, yeah, okay, I'm not actually emptying the bottles very fast. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yes. But yeah, when you get into making cocktails, you tend to expand what you have very quickly. So, Glee, you found a lovely glass auto tray, mum stuff. Nice. Your agent's on you to sell your house. The market is really fucking strong at the moment, bizarrely strong at the moment, Glee. So maybe that is a good idea, selling. Shieldsy, how old is What the Buck now? He's like 10 years younger than me, so he's like mid-40s. I'm still friends with him on Facebook. Did actually get to meet him once. Yeah, I'm almost exactly 10 years older than Buck. So actually got to meet him once, but yeah, we do, still interact online sometimes. Oh gosh, he was a classic. Glee, Geriatric 1927. Yes. He had some great videos in the early days of YouTube. Justin, someone got COVID, traveled from Costa Rica to the US to campaign in the Georgia runoffs, caught it. Yeah, well, traveling around like that is putting you at high risk, definitely. Yeah, Glee, Michael Buckley, What the Buck. He's a really nice person. And still Facebook friends. So I still get updates from him about what he's doing in life. My nose is itchy. I'm friends with a few old school YouTubers on Facebook, and it's kind of fun to keep up with them. And it's people who don't push themselves very much on YouTube anymore. And some of them were quite big at one point, but then just kind of let it go. It's quite nice to keep in touch with the old school YouTubers. Bit of fun. Right. So I might do this one more video because then that'll be done. Then videos will be done and I can just chill. And then also if I do this, I will have 3 cocktails just sitting here, and then I can just kick back and talk and drink cocktails. So that seems like a good idea. So I've got the rum. I need to get my Passoa. I need to get my gin. And I need to get my tequila. You can't ever get tequila without getting that song going, I don't think. It's mandatory. Oh, Glee. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there was a Facebook group that our friend at the YouTube name Paris Blonde put together. I left that after a couple of weeks because it just degenerated into people spamming their videos, which was shit. For a very brief time, I really enjoyed. There's a Facebook group for old school YouTubers just to chill and say hi to each other, and then they didn't do anything to control spam, and it was just pointless. It was just people I had no fucking interest in who wouldn't stop spamming their latest YouTube videos, and there was no oversight of that, so I left that. Shilzy, that's a good call. A lot of people gave up when the big businesses moved into YouTube and made it very hard to compete. So I just stayed on to have fun. Okay, do I have everything? I got the lime juice, got the vanilla syrup, got the passion fruit liqueur. That's, oh, the passion fruit that I prepared earlier. Yep, okay. Just realized I was going to make 3. I should have actually got some more of that, but that's okay. So I've got passion fruit. Porn was weird. The porn star material thing is so popular, and it, oh no, your Wi-Fi is crap. You have to be on your phone to join in. Dang, it can be very difficult. Okay, so yeah, I might start this and do this. Right. Yep. No, I'll do this because then I make this, like I said, and then I'll have drinks, and I can just chill out. Yep. No, I've got a plan. I've got a plan. It's going to happen. Good plan. Okay, so get this stuff ready. Do this so you can see me while I'm doing it. Okay, come on, little recorder. There you go. You got it. I'll just double check that the camera's still framed properly. Let's see. Yep, that's good framing. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping. You're ready for, well, in this case, a couple of cocktails. I'm going to make 3 cocktails in this video, and this is going to be one of a series of videos I think I'll make over time, which if I'm trying to pick a fight, I would call vodka is bullshit. And if I'm being a bit nicer, I'll say improving vodka cocktails by not using vodka. Because as a friend of mine says, vodka is essentially the sad story of a spirit that could have been gin if it tried just a little bit harder. And I want to be clear, I'm not, if you like drinking vodka, I'm not ragging on that. The point I want to explore here is that when you're making cocktails, vodka essentially brings nothing to the party apart from the ability to get pissed. And hey, I'm all for that. I'm absolutely all for that. But my thinking is, if we're doing that and we're making a drink and we're talking about flavors and whatnot, why not actually make your drink with something that has a bit of character rather than something that essentially disappears into whatever else is there and just gets you pissed? Why not have something that's an active part of the drink and gets you pissed? Because that's, you know, the fun part, isn't it? So I'm going to make a series of videos, not necessarily every week, but I'm going to look at some of the more popular vodka cocktails and consider, can they be improved by using a different spirit? And I'm going to use clear spirits, white spirits, because part of the thing with vodka is it doesn't change the color of the other components in the drink. So I won't be substituting it with whiskey, for instance, although you can get white whiskeys as well. You get moonshines as well that aren't colored. But more commonly, I'm going to look at gin, white rum, Blanco tequila, that type of thing. And in fact, I'm going to do those 3 tonight. And one of the more popular cocktails in the world for a couple of years now has been the Porn Star Martini, where the passion fruit flavor is up front, but traditionally it's done with vodka. And I thought, okay, but is it more interesting if I do it with these other spirits? Well, let's try it and see. There are a lot of variations of the recipe for the Porn Star Martini out there. And, you know, what you choose is up to you. I'm going with the recipe that is on the Difford's website. And that starts with some actual passion fruit. Some I prepared earlier. They say to use about 1.5 passion fruits, which is a terribly imprecise measure because different passion fruits have a different amount of pulp in them, of course. But I prepared a couple passion fruits earlier. And so I'm going to start by putting a big old tablespoon of passion fruit pulp into my mixing glass. Another common element of the passion fruit, another common element of the Porn Star Martini is a passion fruit liqueur, and Passoa is very common. They actually have a recipe on the back of theirs. They just say 50 mils of Passoa, 30 mils of vodka, 20 mils of lemon juice. That's kind of boring, but I am going to use the Passoa in here. I'm going to use somewhat less of it. I'm going to do 1 ounce or 30 mils of the passion fruit liqueur. The recipe also calls for half a shot, half an ounce, 15 mils of vanilla syrup. And I'm often a proponent of make your own syrups. And it's relatively easy to make vanilla syrup at home. Just do 50% water, 50% sugar, and put some vanilla bean pods in or some vanilla essence in there. I do actually have a store-bought vanilla syrup, which I'm going to use in this case. So 15 mils, half an ounce of vanilla syrup. We're also going to add half an ounce or 15 mils of lime juice, which should brighten it up nicely. And again, this is some I squeezed earlier. If you have store-bought in a bottle, that's fine. In a drink like this, it's really not going to make a noticeable difference. But I've got some I made earlier. So we're going with half an ounce, 15 mils of lime juice. Now, my vodka. Now, my vodka substitute. For the first one, I'm going to make it with gin. This is a local gin made on the Bellarine Peninsula, just about an hour away from where I live. They call it Teddy and the Fox. It's a very citrus-forward gin. I thought that was more appropriate. Of the different gin types that you can get around the world, given the fruitiness of this, I thought a citrus-forward one makes a good option. This one's got really nice lemon notes, and I'm going to do 1 ounce or 30 mils of gin. We add ice to our glass, put the shaker together, bang it in hard, and shake for about 10 seconds. Now I'm going to do this again with white rum and Blanco tequila. I won't run through them all with you now. Same ingredients, just swapping out what the white spirit is. And then I'll taste test them side by side. God damn. I'm so bad at this. Getting the shaker apart after I shake. Ooh, I need to get my glasses. Yeah. Okay, first one. Now I'm going to try to do this really quick so I don't lose the chill from my drink. Probably want a fine strainer. Where did I put my fine strainer? Oh, God. Yes, okay. Fine straining is a good idea, but it certainly gums up the fine strainer. All right. Come on. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Oh, this is very unscientific. I'm going to be mixing these up a bit, but that's okay. Oh, I need to rinse this. Right, let's get this shit started. Probably want a bit more ice in there. Right. So, put a bit more of the passion fruit in. Not following very good science. Cross-contaminating, but it's for YouTube, not for a Nobel Prize. So, all right. Half an ounce of this. Just, talking amongst yourselves. Just doing this. Rum. I'll do rum next. Rum. Don't forget the lime juice. Don't forget the lime juice. Right. Shake this bugger. Okay, it's getting condensation on it. The risk of me dropping it is increasing. I really hope that doesn't happen. I will be very upset if that happens. Ugh. The tension, can you stand the tension? Is angry gonna fuck this up and smash glasses? The risk is high. Oh shit, no, fuck. It's gonna have all the fucking pulp in it, you idiot. Fine strain the motherfucker. Jesus, that's a lot of fucking pulp. Ugh. Come on. Ugh. Passion fruit pulp's the fucking worst, man. It's the fucking worst. It's such a pain in the ass. Ugh. I've got to rinse this, make it a bit more workable. Look, I do this in the kitchen. Come on, condensation. Don't be fucking dropping stuff. That's a bit better. Okay, fucking get your shit together, son. Two down. Two down. Okay, got to rinse this one again. Oh, this is just like action stuff, really, isn't it? That there. It's probably enough ice. I'll just, against my better judgment, put the rest of the passion fruit in. Right. So, tequila. Tequila's a weird one. I don't know how that's going to go. Vanilla. Dun, 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 dun. Vanilla. And finally, some lime juice. Okay. Now. All right. So far, I haven't broken anything. Get the last glass out. Oh. Okay. Get that. And this. And do that. Oh, shit. Okay. Just nearly did something dumb. That's okay. Do that. Do another rinse of this. Oh. Okay, that will fucking do. My hands are a bit sticky. I'm going to wash them. Three porn star variations have been made, and let me tell you, it was slightly stressful reusing the shaker. It was colder, had more condensation. I was paranoid about actually dropping it or having it fly out of my hands when I was shaking and breaking glass. I have done that before. It's embarrassing. If I had three hands, I would show you all three drinks, but you should not be surprised to learn they look the same, because I just swapped out a white spirit in each of them. So they look the same. But now for the all-important taste test. By the way, if you want to reward my bravery for doing this and shaking three up and doing science, It'd be great if you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And come back for more later. But now the taste test. First up, I am going to taste the Gin Pornstar Martini. Well, that's really good. I mean, it mainly tastes like passion fruit. No huge surprise there, but I mean, it's sweet because I used actual passion fruit in there. It has the tartness from the passion fruit in there as well. I actually quite like that. Now, what's going to be interesting to me is if I can taste the different spirits or if it's just all going to taste like passion fruit. So this is white rum I'm trying now. So and there is a subtle difference. Again, it's still really passion fruit forward. It's probably a little bit smoother than the gin one. It's interesting. Now, finally, this one is. I thought this was going to be the outlier, but I thought I'll be wacky. Tequila. How's that going to go in here? Because that seems an unlikely candidate. But hey, it's a clear spirit, so I thought I'd give it a go. Let's go with a tequila pornstar. That has a bit more character, actually. It still tastes like a pornstar martini. It's still, it's got the passion fruit and the tartness in there, but this actually has more character than the other two. I'm going to do one more quick comparison between them all. This is the gin. In retrospect, maybe I should have tried this with a really juniper forward gin, like an overproof gin, just to see what it was like. But yeah, just with a standard 40%, 80 proof gin, that is really pleasant. And with the white rum, yeah, I probably prefer the white rum slightly to the gin, but the tequila, this is the one with the most character, and I don't mean it doesn't really taste like tequila. The dominant taste is still the passion fruit and the sweetness, but in terms of actually bringing some character in, I think tequila has done the best job. And that was my dark horse. I honestly thought I was going to regret making a pornstar martini with tequila. But if you wanted to be adventurous and get out there and try some variations, they all work. They're all great. They've all got more character than putting a vodka in. None of them really overpower the drink. None of them come close to overpowering the drink. So that's the one thing I want to get at. If you like a pornstar martini and you go, but I don't want to mess with it, none of them overpower it. It's still like, this is a passion fruit drink. The passion fruit is very strong in this, but they all bring a bit more depth than a vodka does. And somewhat surprisingly to me, my vote for the winner of the three, the one that brings the most character, is the tequila. And I have to tell you, after this experiment, what it really brings to mind is I would like to try it again with more strongly flavored drinks, like on the gin front, a very juniper forward gin. On the rum front, maybe instead of a white rum, go for like a 3 to 5 year old golden rum that has a bit more character. And tequila, maybe even try a reposado tequila as opposed to a blanco tequila, because they all worked. Now I just want to experiment more. Not right now, because as it stands, I have 3 cocktails to drink anyway, and any further experimentation is going to get me even more under the table than I'm probably going to end up anyway. But I'm calling like round one of my round one of my vodka is bullshit experiment is case proven. These are all more interesting than a porn star martini made with vodka. And none of them overpower the drink and turn it into something else. But they do give it more depth. They do give it more character. And again, to me, surprising recommendation, if you like a porn star martini, try it with tequila, because I have, and I really like it. And if you enjoy these experiments, please come back, because I will be trying more. And yeah, if there's a particular vodka cocktail you like or you do a lot that you go, okay, now you've brought it up, Angry Man, I want to know what this tastes like. And I don't want to drink it myself. I want you to be the guinea pig. By all means, in the comments, let me know what popular vodka cocktail you think I should try subbing out with. I don't know that I'll do it with 3 every time, because that involves me getting very drunk. Not that I have huge objections to that, but I'm just saying I maybe won't do 3 every time. Maybe I will. Who knows? The future is a dark and mysterious land, and I hope we can explore it together. So I do hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, look after yourself, look after people around you. Until I see you again, I will say cheers. I've got all these drinks now. Yay. Okay. Switching stuff off. It may be Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline. On the shake, you gotta fill it up with gasoline. All right, so I'm just going to hang out with you all and drink. Oh God, there's so much condensation here now. Okay, I should put stuff back. Put my gin back. Get back, Funky Jack. Put my rum and my tequila back. Put the Passoa back. Ugh. And the syrup was just on top of the fridge. So you go back there. Fucking hell. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to rinse this sieve again, because I've got some citrus that I want to add to my drink. Oh, and I've got all this condensation still. Jesus. Honestly. Points for not breaking anything. Slight reduction in points for... It's not spillage, it's condensation. Ew, that's still got stuff on it. Sorry, I've got to do a little bit more rinsing. Woo! Okay. Whoops. Where are we? There we are. Everyone's still here. That's nice. All right. I thought everyone might have left while I was gone doing that. Oh. So, Chris, what have you seen vanish? YouTube channels? I love it. Shieldsy, I love that you're so community focused, mate, because YouTube certainly isn't. Sunbear, you've changed your username to Don't Buy the Dolphin Safe Lie. And I understand what you're saying, because it's kind of like, I like the term greenwashing as opposed to whitewashing. With environmental messages, huge amount of companies promote this bullshit like, we're environmentally responsible, and they're fucking not. You know, dumb shit like getting rid of plastic straws. That was the biggest load of bullshit. You know, the real thing is make Coca-Cola responsible for the millions of tons of plastic waste they produce every year. You want to make a change? Make Coca-Cola financially responsible for the literally millions of tons of plastic waste they create every year. Coca-Cola has to pay to find a solution for the millions of tons of plastic waste they produce. That'll make a fucking difference. Getting rid of plastic straws will not make a fucking difference. So, Sunbear, I assume that's a doco, Seaspiracy. Yeah, commercial fishing is apocalyptically bad. And not just for dolphins. I'm sure it's super fucking bad for dolphins. But commercial fishing generally is apocalyptically bad for the environment. You know what I'm noticing? Sorry, I'm just going to now going to boast again. We were talking, I don't want to talk about this too much. My weight loss. I'm at my pre-COVID weight now, which I'm still like a huge fat bastard, but I'm working on that. But because I put 8 to 10 kilos on in the last year, and then the last 4 to 6 weeks I've lost it again, which is nice. Vests, they're like easier to do up. My vests that I wear when I'm doing the bartending videos. So I've got 3 of these now. And as I'm sure you heard, I was surprised to discover my favorite of the 3 was the tequila, because I thought tequila was actually quite dodgy. This is actually it's got that. If you like passion fruit, like that real tartness you get out of passion fruit, this is pretty good. Yeah, Shieldsy, I'm just fucking partying now, mate. Glee, so Seaspiracy's on Netflix. Okay. Oh yeah, exactly. Fishing nets are actually a much bigger source of plastic waste in the ocean than plastic straws. Do you like my tie, Chris? Oh, no more videos, mate. That's what I just wanted to get the videos out of the way. So I'll just drape, because I'm an old lefty, I'll just drape Che Guevara across. You know, someone who's never been here wanders in now and sees me with what looks like a Che Guevara sash across my chest. What the fuck? Yes. So yeah, we are just being super fucking lied to by the big corporations and the whole we're responsible, we should recycle more. No, the big fucking corporations are responsible. Yeah, well, see, Chris, because I did make the video last night where I did the comparison with because I make 3 videos. I try to make 3 videos a week, and I usually make them all on a Friday night. And because I could make one last night, I did. And so I made 2 tonight, and we're fucking done. But I made 3 cocktails for 1 video. So now I'm just fucking working my way through these. Yes, Che Guevara is in fact a commie bastard. Ultimately murdered by the CIA. Oh. What I saw this hilarious things, like, you know, on Fox News or something, some Republican saying he was upset about how this particular image of Che Guevara is the big pin-up thing for a lot of lefties. Like, you get this on T-shirts and posters and shit. And he's going, oh, you think you're progressive, but like, you know, and I don't even know if this is true, because, and this will shock some of you, but Republicans tend to lie. He's going on about under Che Guevara and Fidel Castro, their regime had a purge of homosexuals. I don't actually know if that's true, but even if it was, this Republican going like, oh, these people say they're progressive, and, you know, Che Guevara wanted to kill all the homosexuals. And I'm like, oh, so you're the big gay rights activist now, are you? Are we seeing you on the next Pride March? Have you been an advocate for equal marriage rights for years? Is that it? Or are you just a lying, hypocritical sack of shit who's being opportunistic? Now I'm going to look it up, actually. Not Republicans lying, opportunistic sacks of shit. We know that's true. Was Che... Oh my God, it auto-completed to, was Che Guevara a communist? For fuck's sake. Guevara. That was weird. Anti-gay. Was Che Guevara anti-gay? What is the truth behind the critical controversy? The Guardian. Gays in the Cuban Revolution. What's this one? Okay, we're learning something now. What do people think about this? Oh, that's a academic paper. So arguments against campaigns against gays. No, okay, that's an academic paper in a journal, so I can't actually read that. Okay, apparently there's a Reddit thread on this, which is not going to be reliable information. Was Che a racist? View the entire discussion. Guevara said colonialism, blah, 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 blah. Did he hate gay people? Can't recall that Guevara ever wrote anything specifically on homosexuality. Not aware of him taking actions to repress or harm gays. Certainly Guevara contributed to the culture of machismo that made repression of homosexuals possible in Cuba. Cuban society had been strongly homophobic for so long. I think it's a very ambiguous thing. Anyway. Okay, yep. I'm going to get super drunk if I drink all these. Let's do it. What's time? 9:30. So we're an hour and a half in. I'm not drunk is okay. Probably of the three, I've drunk a half of all of them. So that's 1.5 cocktails, and that one other one I drank, which wasn't that strong. 1.5 hours. Not sure if I should. Just gonna sip. Gonna have a sippy sip. Yeah, Chris, let's get fucking shit-faced, brother. I can sleep in if I have to. Man, passion fruit's a fucking thing, isn't it? Like, because I use that passion fruit pulp in this. That tang from passion fruit, that's really full on, isn't it? But I think of what I'm going to call this. I think the video I'll just call the porn star martini dash improving a vodka cocktail by not using vodka. And I think on the thumbnail I'll have vodka is bullshit. I won't say bullshit, I'll do the cartoon expletive thing because YouTube doesn't like expletives in titles of videos. What about the children? Okay. I have to admit, because every time I'm uploading a video, I have to tick a thing that says this is not for children. Like, I'm uploading a fucking cocktail. Is this for children? No. I may have a whole array of moral failings, but I don't recommend cocktails for children. That's one thing I don't do. So, yeah. Oh, no, all these taste like as fucking passion fruit, honestly. I should have done something punchier. Like I went for the most neutral white spirits I have. I should have done something much punchier and seen what it was like. Yes, Heine. Excellent observation, my friend. Molotov cocktails are the only ones suitable for children, for the children of the revolution. And And then, am I channeling a different personality? I have a few of them. My communist revolutionary personality, mayhap. And again, the reason, or as I've said before, because I've got a Chairman Mao one, and Mao was a piece of shit. I think Che was less of a piece of shit than Mao. But the reason I have these like communist revolutionaries on a business tie, there's 3 reasons. One, the tie was very cheap. I don't remember exactly how much, but I think it was like no more than $10. I think it was very cheap. And it's a decent quality. I bought this like, Christ, somewhere in the region of 20, 30 years ago. This is an old fucking tie. I've had this for, I don't throw things out. I've had this tie for 25, 30 years. Anyway, so it was cheap, and design-wise, I really like it. You can't really tell from the webcam, but how it's done, it's got these angled lines of silver thread in there of different thicknesses. Like, that's not a screen print. That's made with different colored threads. So design-wise, I really like this. And the third reason is because I think a communist revolutionary on a business tie is fucking funny. It's like, I've not been in a workplace that forced me to wear a tie, Christ, for nigh on 20 years, for a very long time. Certainly more than 15 years ago. It's a long time since I've been forced to wear a tie at work. And but the idea of, okay, this workplace, for whatever fucking reason, is forcing me to wear a tie. Cool, I'm going to wear a tie that has a communist revolutionary on it. And yeah, Annette, it is a beautiful tie. Just from a pure design point of view, it's a beautiful tie. And yes, Glee, Che was much better looking than Mao. He's much sexier than Mao. And Che, to the best of my knowledge, wasn't responsible for famine that killed millions of people, whereas Mao was. Mao was a piece of fucking shit. What happened in communist China was the same bullshit that happened in communist USSR, that the worship of the party and the ideology mattered more than reality. So they starved and persecuted people when things went wrong, because communism couldn't possibly, and the party couldn't possibly be wrong. Typical, and again, people in the party had too much power. And that goes for democracies as well. When people have too much power, they do fucked up shit. Giving one person or a small number of people extreme power over the population is a really fucking bad thing. Megalich, my friend, how are you? Annette, you can get some excellent cool ties at Etsy. Nice. I've not bought. Oh, wow, that's nice. Now that tastes really different. Ugh. So I have not had cause to buy a tie in a long time. Glee, they have eyes on us, as in the government. Oh, our government in Australia is mad fucking keen on surveillance and controlling us. You hear the shit that people like Peter Dutton want to do, and it's so fucked. It's so fucked. And, that goes with the Liberal Party. It just goes back to, Menzies and his anti-communist paranoia, and Howard in the 90s wanting to have sedition laws, aka thought crime, literally wanting laws on the book that said, if you say things that the government doesn't like, we can arrest you. You don't have to be inciting anyone to criminal or violent action. You don't have to be committing criminal or violent acts yourself. Literally, if you say something that the government doesn't like, you have committed thought crime and we will arrest you. It's like, fuck that noise. And Dutton just wants blanket surveillance on everyone, and he wants to punish everyone. He's fucking garbage, that guy. Oh, nice. Etsy has good stuff for novelty, fanciness, wedding stuff. Nice. Annette, your anthropology professor got in trouble because of the sedition laws. Sedition laws are fucked. It's just literally like you're thinking something we don't want, so we're going to lock you up. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the countries that have laws that say you'll be jailed if you criticize the leaders, like Thailand with their monarchy. The law's called lèse majesté as a Latin thing that basically means you cannot impugn the character of the royal family. That is a criminal offense. So when I found that out, I made a video saying the king of Thailand fucks goats. So I can't go to Thailand. In fact, literally, if there, I counted it up once because I found countries with stupid laws, and I said something about the stupid laws. In a worst case scenario, I think I got up to about 8 countries that wouldn't let me in or would arrest me if they knew what I said on YouTube videos. That includes the USA, particularly under Trump. But with stuff that has happened in the USA, if on a bad day, if I went to enter the US and they knew about my YouTube channel, I could be arrested or refused entry. So yeah. Glee, told me not to mix my drinks. I'm good. Yeah. Oh, Menzies and Howard are both bastards. Dutton's note is Voldemort. That's a good thing because Dutton's basically got that featureless face like Voldemort. He's freaky. Yes, Annette, you should. You absolutely should distance yourself from me because you want to go to Thailand. Man, these are really fucking good. Oh, but just that tartness, the tartness from the fucking passion fruit is something else. Yes, Chris, now you're in trouble. You said, fuck the US, down with America, burn the flag. No, but in all seriousness, people get stopped at the US border all the time, forced to show their social media, and Border Patrol can refuse you entry for any. And they look again, they actually should be able to. They should be able to refuse you entry for any reason. But I don't want to get tangled up in that. Don't buy the Dolphins, Seafly. Has the sun replaced him? No, if I remember rightly, the king of Thailand has fucked off to Germany, and this was because of COVID, fucked off to Germany where he has a castle and he's holed up with his concubines in the castle. Like the king of Thailand is fucking weird. Look, I'll find some photos. King of Thailand. Images. Okay. Where is it? Sorry, I found the photo I was looking for, actually. Got to do the share screen thing. Chrome tab. Where is it? King of Thailand. Share. Yeah, you see this in crop tops, mistresses, and flying poodles. He is. Look at him. He's weird as. I don't know why that photo is distorted. He is one weird dude. Yeah. And the idea that you're not allowed to criticize that fucking weirdo under pain of prosecution is ridiculous. Look at him. Oh, his tattoo's fake. That dude is just weird. And I mean, I can get behind weird, quite honestly. And like, what's going on here where making people crawl on the ground. The very least that should happen to this guy is he should be mocked. Do you want a taste of a passion fruit cocktail? Oh no, it's actually probably far. Yeah, Mrs. Angry has problems with heartburn and the probably far too acidic with the passion fruit stuff in it. Actually, very tart. Yes, he needs a tramp stamp. Annette, I think he really wants to be king, Annette. I think he loves it. He cycles around German towns in the nutty. It's just, yeah, and a lot of people in Germany are questioning why he was allowed into the country, actually, because, you know, under the sort of quarantine laws, he shouldn't have been allowed to. But he's rich and he paid off people to be allowed into the country. Annette, because I sang 2 bars of the tequila song an hour ago, the earworm thing. It's hard because I made a drink with tequila. You can't get tequila. You can't have a drink with tequila, have a bottle of tequila without that suddenly being in your head. Glee, you had a friend years ago, had a Thai girlfriend. She said they can't ever say anything against the royal family. There is a story, and I don't know if it's true, but because the king's face is on the currency, there are stories someone being arrested because they dropped money like a banknote and it started to blow away, and they chased it and they like stamped on it to stop it so they could pick it up, and they were arrested because stamping on the banknote was stamping on the king's face, which was sedition against the king. I don't know if that story is true or not, but I know that people do get, if in Thailand, if you speak against the royal family or the government or the military, you'll get fucking arrested. No two ways about it. Isn't it the trumpet from? I wonder where that da 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 da. Yes, that's the tequila trumpet. Da 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 da. Tequila. That was Herb Albert, wasn't it? And the Tijuana Brass. It's like every time I have a mouthful, I go, "Oh, that's really good," and then the tartness of the passion fruit comes through. It's like, Jesus, passion fruit's a fucking thing, isn't it? Wow, it's so full on. Passion fruit is so full on. Oh, well, I'm glad I did that. Anyway, so next time I decide vodka is bullshit, I'm going to use white spirits or light spirits that have a bit more punch in them. We'll see what I have. That's it, Glee. Herb Albert and his Tijuana Brass. Oh, fucking stove, honestly. It just periodically, the little digital clock on it ticks over to 12 o'clock and it starts buzzing, and we have not been able to work out how to do it. We even tried pouring water down the back of it to try and actually destroy the clock, and that didn't work. Sorry, it just is, you probably can't hear it, but it's going to bug the shit out of me. I have to hit the button. I have to hit the button. Shut up, you motherfucker. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Do. Yes, Annette, a monarch needs the same dignity as the state. Well, you know, when a monarch doesn't deserve respect, they don't get the idea that of reflexively respecting someone in government or military or monarchy just because. It's like, no. If you actually earn respect, you'll get it. If you act in a way that deserves respect, you'll get it. If you're a piece of fucking shit, I'm going to point out you're a piece of fucking shit. Oh my God. Don't buy the dolphin save lie. You might have some Thai Bart somewhere. You do a video where you step on his head. I'm not joking. They take it fucking seriously. If they were able to equate that to you and you tried to enter Thailand, you would not be able to enter Thailand, and you might even be arrested. Oh. Okay, I'm going to slowly move. Maybe, okay, I feel like I should have a a palate cleanser, I should have some water as well. I actually think I should. I'm going to get a glass and I'm going to drink some water between drinking these cocktails. Look at me. I'm responsible. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to get a glass. Because I'm a man, I'm going to drink out of a glass. Oh, where's one of my other rocks glasses? This one. This will do. This is it's kind of like stylish, squared off rocks glass. It's kind of neat. Was my rocks glass of choice till I bought some other ones. We were talking about house sizes, like if we were filthy rich last night. One of the reasons I'd like a bigger kitchen is more storage area for glassware. Where you feel bad for vodka. I used Kirsten's line. Vodka is the sad story of a spirit that could have been gin if it just tried a little bit harder. Oh my God, Annette, that's fucked. What if Prince Andrew was next in line for the throne? Because I think Prince Andrew is now, let's see, Charles is 1, and then his son, and then his son's kids, so 3, 4, and then even, unless they've disowned Harry completely. So Andy's about, I don't know, he's somewhere like 6th to 8th in line for the throne at the moment. For most of his life, he was 2nd in line, and now he's like 6th or 8th. So, yeah. And of course, the converse thing about talking about gin and vodka is you could, although this would upset Kirsten to say it, but she's not here. She's over in Western Australia at the moment doing family stuff. Gin is essentially flavored vodka. But it's not quite that simple. It's not vodka that is being flavored. It's vodka that has been redistilled with particular botanicals to make a whole new flavored spirit. So while saying gin is flavored vodka is a reasonable shorthand, it's not strictly speaking accurate, because you can flavor vodka. I flavor vodka all the time. You put herbs or fruit peel or tea or rock candy or something, anything with a flavor that you steep in vodka so vodka absorbs that flavor. That's flavored vodka, but it isn't gin. So I guess you could say all gin could be called flavored vodka, but not all flavored vodka is gin. Oh, Glee, slow gin. Again, if you're a bit more mobile, if you come over here, I've got this cherry. So slow gin, for those who don't know, is gin that has been flavored with a fruit. And it traditionally was this fruit or berry that grows a lot in England called sloe, S-L-O-E. And so it's two differences from standard gin. Is it's flavored and colored by this fruit or berry, and it tends to be, this is not universally true, but it tends to be lower alcohol content than standard gin. Gin averages 40%. Slow gin is usually between 25 and 35% gin. I've got 2 Australian versions of slow gin. One is neither is flavored with slow. One is flavored with Davison plum, which is an Australian native, and one is flavored with cherry. They're both good. The cherry is particularly good. So yeah, I'd definitely spoil you with some Australian version of slow gin if you came over, Glee. So yeah, I think like that the sloe in England, I think it like just grows in hedges. And so it was readily available. So people would in England would distill gin, and then they'd it's called macerating. You basically put the stuff in there and soak it in the spirit, and that's called macerating. So the spirit takes on the flavor of the stuff you put in there, and yeah, that's how you get sloe gin. People would put this. I'm not sure if it's berry or fruit. I'll because I thought it was a berry, and Mrs. Angry said no, it's not a berry. It is the fruit of the blackthorn. There you go. Prunus spinosa, called blackthorn or sloe, is a species of flowering plant in the rose family, native to Europe, Western Australia, and Northwest Africa, naturalized in New Zealand, Tasmania, and eastern North America. So it's actually related to roses. That's interesting. So it is the fruit. It's not a berry, it's a fruit. Looks like berries, though. When you see it, it looks like blackberries. Yeah, Glee. It fucking looks like blackberries. Um, yeah, they look like I'm looking at pictures of sloe, and they look like big blackberries, basically. Or no, blueberries. Yeah, because blackberries are that sort of thing like raspberries. They look like big blueberries. They actually look, because they're a single fruit, not a thing. So they look like blueberries. Look like big blueberries. So yeah, that's what sloe is. And sloe gin is gin that is flavored with the fruit from the sloe. People often make the mistake of thinking it's SLOW, and they think that means the gin was distilled more slowly or something. And that's a completely understandable misunderstanding. And in fact, as a pun, one of the ones I've got, the one that's made with Davison Plum from Brookie's Distillery in Byron Bay, they actually call it their slow gin SLOW, so as a pun. So, and that's just confusing it even further. Whereas Anther, who made the cherry gin, they just call it cherry. They don't call it a slow gin, but that it's the same style of gin. Instead of being flavored with slow, it's flavored with cherry. Apparently, they do it all by hand. It's pretty funny because I visited the Anther distillery. They're saying, "Oh yeah, in cherry season, we get all our friends come in and we get several. I think they get like several tons of cherry, and they just spend days pitting the cherries and so the cherry juice everyone looks like serial killers. They look like they're covered in blood from the cherry juice, and they make that year's cherry gin, and the latest vintage has just come out. I got some a couple of months ago when Mrs. Angry and I had a weekend away. It's really fucking nice. Anther cherry is fucking great. Annette, the Brookie's slow is pretty good. I would honestly, although Brookie's is great, and you won't be sorry if you get it, I would recommend the Anther cherry above it. And that's just, what is magnitude? But the Anther cherry gin is fucking great. The Brookie's slow is very good. But there's just something about the Anther cherry. It's because we did a tasting of all their gins and they were all good, but the cherry was the one that was the most different. It was like no one else has something like this, so I got it for that reason because it was different. Same as when we were at the Bellarine distillery, we tasted all their gins, and I got their Teddy and the Fox because it was the most different. Shannon, hello. How's things going in the? Oh, okay. Shannon wants to show us the land, and also for anyone, if anyone's in an angry bunch mood, I will post the link. I will post the linky. I will post the linky if I can get it together. Pow! There's the link. So anyone wants to Angry Bunch, there's the link. Dan, Annette, that's an excellent strategy. Order deliveries from Dan's because their boxes are great for packing. Great strategy. Excellent strategy. Whoop. Okay, Grasshopper was very quick. Here we go. There we are.
Hey, how's it going, Angry?
It's going good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Okay, hey guys, everybody wave to the webcam. You are now on a live stream. All right. And here is everybody set up. We have played a few games so far. And we've yelled and screamed at each other a whole lot. And we're just having an absolute blast.
Excellent fun.
Ah! But yeah, no, we're having a great time. But hang on, that's Dean.
More space over here.
Hello, Dean.
Who is Angry Aussie, though?
That is Angry Aussie. He is a YouTuber, and he's freaking amazing. You should absolutely subscribe to him.
I will, actually. Angry Aussie, what's your content like?
It's all live streams at the moment.
Hello, Angry Aussie. How are we doing
man.
today?
Good. I used to do a whole bunch of political stuff, but since COVID, I got bored with that, and I just do live streams where we hang out. But I make cocktails too. I have a channel called Angry Cocktails, where we make cocktails.
But are you making them while you're angry?
Oh, well,
is it like fuck you? I'm throwing bourbon. I'm throwing Coke. We're doing bourbon and Coke. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that I probably should do more like that. Quite honestly, that's some quality content there. I like that. That's all good.
I like that. Okay, you've earned a subscription. I'll give you that. Okay, Abby, you.
Yep.
There's Abigail too. Hello.
Say hello.
Hello.
Hey, Abigail. How's everything going?
Yeah, lots of fun.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's rowdy as hell, and I'm glad I've got noise-cancelling headphones.
Yes, very much so.
But yeah, it's lots of fun. Will's having fun. I'm having fun. And yeah, I'm choosing usernames that are ironic and making fun of people and or myself. So
also going into Kenshi. That's
Kenshi. Yeah,
that's like I am so fucking glad of that.
I'm gonna play the shit out of that.
Oh, God,
yeah. So yeah, having lots of fun, sharing lots of games. Hey, it's Chris.
Hello.
Hey, Chris.
Hello. I'm gonna go now, but I'll give.
All right.
Back to Shannon.
Big grasshopper. Chantel, you alive? Chantel, are you there at the land?
Chantel is here with us as well. Yes, she is.
Nice.
Fancy.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Dude, I am having a fucking blast and a half. We are having an absolute blast.
Awesome.
Not long after this. We won't be in for too much longer because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 computers and mobile phones and tablets and laptops all using my internet at the same time.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we don't have that much bandwidth to go around.
No.
That's a lot.
because Australian internet.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, hi to everybody watching. Angry, thank you for letting me come in and show off the LAN.
That was really fun seeing it. Yeah.
It sounds like
Really hope that you can make it up next year for the next LAN. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to get back into it. So my love to everybody. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now. Bye. So Grasshopper out. Nettie's coming in. Hey.
Hi.
Nettie and me, Nettie.
that.
There we go.
Children and kitty cat.
Yeah, Minnie,
Yes,
Nettie, and
please.
Cat. Yeah. That was cool.
I'm doing the illegal. I picked up a cat.
He's got the kitty cat.
Yeah, Nettie,
Where do I put this?
That's
I
better.
think Abigail showed off that dress on a stream the other night. I think that's
Oh yeah,
her
the Velociraptor
race
one.
dress. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Velociraptors. That's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. It's a nice dress. I think I missed it that night. I came
Quite
in
possibly.
late.
Yeah. It was gorgeous.
So good. So what are you sipping, Nettie?
Yeah, we got there.
Double chocolate Charlie Chaplin with lemonade.
Nice.
Nice.
It is a nice
I've
one.
So yeah. So if anyone notices my haircut, that I got
Yes, you've had a haircut, Chris.
from my girlfriend,
Yes, looking suave.
Nice.
6 months of free haircuts. Hope it lasts a lot longer.
Yeah, excellent.
And I
How
got
did
a
you
new
get
body.
How did you get that, Chris?
I've been with her for 6 months since we got together. She's been cutting my hair.
She's been cutting his hair.
Oh, I
yeah.
see. Oh,
Be nice.
okay.
Yeah. So
Mm.
That's
I
nice.
ain't going anywhere near a hairdresser until I'm vaccinated at least, and even then,
Yeah.
he does such a good job. Like I wouldn't want to like spend money and like
Yeah.
be any worse.
Yeah,
and
looks
I'm
good.
like, Doug, I got to tip this person. They didn't do a good job. Well, I don't like it or something.
My mum got the vaccination this week, and then she got sick the next day. She felt awful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it can do that.
They can do that depending on which
Super
one.
tired.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's the AstraZeneca or whatever they call it.
yeah, that one. Yeah, that one can be like that. Everyone's different. Everyone reacts to them differently, but they're all made differently too. So,
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think like our local science labs. Hey, why not? There you go. I think our local labs, the Commonwealth Serum Labs, are producing the AstraZeneca vaccine. And they should have produced a few million doses of it by the end of April.
Ooh.
Like in
I've
like about 10
forgotten,
million.
I've forgotten which company decided to not make a profit off their off that
It was,
vaccine, but I think it's very good of them to let everyone go
It's the-
hell for leather on it.
yeah, it's the Oxford AstraZeneca one.
Mm.
Oxford,
It's 100% effective in preventing severe cases, but depending on the variant, it may not stop you from getting it.
Yeah.
Whereas the Pfizer and all the other ones seem to work with all kinds of variants. That one,
Yeah.
very particular.
I think the important one is they're very confident with basically all of the vaccines.
Yeah,
There's virtually no chance of you dying. You might contract it, you might get quite sick, but they're actually really confident there's almost no chance of you dying if you get the vaccination.
I think like the highest percentage of people getting severe illness from any COVID variant after vaccination, the highest is like 1%. And like you're still not going to probably die from it. So I mean, it's a lot. I mean, it kind of makes it like even better than most flus, depending on.
Yeah.
That's all pretty safe and good. I'm excited because next week I can start beating people for my place in line at the vaccine site.
Nice.
I got to the 15th where they
What
opened.
was that?
I want to get in before the 15th because other people with pre-existing conditions that are under 61, they give us 2 weeks to get a vaccine before they open it up to anybody.
All right. Okay.
Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate that.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get in now, and I'm excited because my life will be a lot better now. My girlfriend and mom have been vaccinated since January, so I can like actually look for work again, leave my house, and
That'll be good.
not go out. To eat. I don't feel safe going out to eat. There's a lot of slime ball restaurants around here that did some really shitty things, so I just don't want to give them my money.
Yeah, that's fair. Whereas, I mean, we've got virtually no virus in circulation in Australia. There's a little outbreak in Queensland, but it seems to be contained.
That's good.
But yeah,
You guys vaccinated up. You guys are gonna kill this thing. It's gonna be done. Like, you'll be fine.
our government is completely screwing up the vaccine rollout. But the saving grace is we don't have it in the community.
Eventually, y'all get vaccinated. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll take. I'll probably be vaccinated within 2 months. We'll see how much they ramp it up in the next month.
Stop being weird in the background. No.
She's spinning.
That's funny.
She's gonna fall over in a minute.
In the right place to be weird.
I remember being fascinated with spinning until I fell over. There you go.
Yeah, spring's fun. Spinning's fun.
Life at my house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was reading an article today actually that the Pfizer vaccine is still 90% effective after 6 months.
That's good.
Which means
That's
clearly these vaccines are going to last for at least a year. Some of them may last longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah. But I imagine we'll be getting boosters each
Every
year.
year. Yeah, I think that'd be good. Yeah. So yeah.
And they'll hopefully adapt to variants year to year as well. But
Yeah.
that's like the normal
like the
flu
flu.
shot.
Yeah. And
The
and
flu
this
shot is
technology-
different every year.
Yeah, these COVID vaccines are much more technologically advanced. Like, they're made with computers. They're not even
What's my hand?
engineered. I mean, it's just awesome. These vaccines are going to bring in a new millennium of health.
Yeah. I think we can be fairly impressed with human ingenuity in getting these vaccines out and about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they'll
a
just
pretty good effort.
few superstorms and knock out a few big cities, and then we'll solve climate change. Till then, we won't.
Yeah. I have to admit, I did love the sci-fi series, The Expanse. They don't draw huge attention to it, but they make it clear. Like, coastal cities all have seawalls. Like, Manhattan Island is surrounded by seawalls because of climate change and ocean rises. They had to build massive seawalls to hold the ocean back. It's one of the first science fiction things that I've seen in the mainstream that actually addresses climate change.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's probably what'll happen. Is they'll have to spend billions of dollars profiting cities to protect them, especially like Miami or whatever.
Yeah.
And once it gets to a certain point, then they'll solve the problem. But at the cost of a lot of issues. Saltwater is terrible.
Yeah.
Horrible for people. I mean, God, it took when Hurricane Sandy hit New York. I think it took 3 years for them to get the train running again out to Rockaway Beach, which is a beach area.
Yeah.
And it took them 3 years for the best Metropolitan Transit Agency to rebuild the track. I think it was.
What are you reaching for there, Angry?
Oh, what's that? Oh, that's something clarified in the milks and.
Yeah, this is one of my milk clarified cocktails. I like it because it looks like a thing that you get in sci-fi movies. Like, this is something really important and dangerous.
It looks like the plutonium they put in the DeLorean in Back to the Future. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. It definitely looks like something.
It looks
sci-fi.
like something Liam Neeson would get into a very big fight over.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can't let the glass break or everyone will die.
Yeah.
It's being kicked across the room and.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's good. Yeah, that's great. It also was like a giant urine sample.
I noticed Heine's saying AZ said tide walls won't work in Florida because their bedrock freely allows water through. I actually feel confident Florida will just get written off.
No.
Yeah, I know, right? No, because no one cares.
Defeated.
Yeah, Florida will just get written off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe it'll just drop off.
Drop
off.
Done.
Mm.
Now I'm really happy. My new audio board came in and it's working great. My last one broke, so now I got my new audio board in. Woo-woo.
Nice.
Take 5 cables down to 1 cable.
Very organized. Very organized. I need more water. Palate cleansing.
I need some water.
The fun of doing this from the kitchen.
Yeah. See, I have to walk all the way out the room and around the
Yeah.
corner to get anything from the kitchen.
Yeah. And with my new fridge with its water dispenser. Sorry, Nettie, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, Shaylee wants to put fairy lights on the mezzanine level at the new place. And I was just thinking, where do you get your fairy lights from?
Oh, you can get them from anywhere. I got them from Typo, you know, that cute stationery
Oh, yeah.
shop. But you can get them from Kmart or Target or whatevs. But
Okay.
I was in Typo when they had a sale, so I picked up a couple of things.
Ooh, they had a sale?
Yeah.
I love Typo. It's so good.
Yeah, what did I get from Typo? I got the
Ooh.
very large insulated coffee cup.
Oh, that's
Not
nice.
for hot beverages, but because I can do my directionally frozen ice in that and get a
that's
huge,
right.
huge piece of clear ice.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll show you. There's one in the freezer actually that I made with it.
thank you.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, but how do you get the ice out again?
Oh God, you wait because
You wait and wait.
It has to melt. Like you, what I learned that the most efficient way to do it is you put it upside down on something that you can drain some water into, and then it'll melt enough to not be, because you can't flex this. It's not like an ice cube tray. You can't flex. You just have to wait till it melts a bit. It can take a couple of hours. Like you have to have it out of the freezer for a couple of hours. But out of that, I got this piece of ice, which if I let it, if I either wet it or let it temper a bit, like keep it at room temperature, this will be completely clear.
That's a huge piece too.
Yeah.
That's
So I could,
cool.
I could like cut this into like 3 chunks for 3 different drinks.
Yeah, it reminds me. I watched this documentary years ago.
Doesn't really fit.
It was a camera test, and they were talking about bartenders that would get these big things of clear ice, and then they would cut them and chisel them into shapes to put in the glasses for cocktails.
Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese bartenders in particular are renowned for shaping ice.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
very
But
cool.
how do you cut it? What do you cut it with?
You just want like get a sharp knife, like a bread knife or something, and the technique that people say to do is you score it all the way around. So you just sort of make a little groove all the way around. So you rotate it and groove around, and then you put the knife in there and you like hit it with a weight like a mallet, or I just use something heavy to just go chunk chunk. And if you're lucky, you've created a fault line that it'll break along. So you're right. Actually, I shouldn't have it in this. I should have it in a Ziploc bag. I'm just gonna go and find a Ziploc bag.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit into that little sort of IKEA looking
Yeah.
cordial holder.
Yeah.
It is an IKEA cup, actually. Well spotted.
Ooh, IKEA.
I thought it was.
Would be very
I used to go on jaunts with my gay friend who was really into decorating. We used to go on jaunts to IKEA, and yes, so we got to know the catalogue quite well.
I'm really lucky. I live like 20 minutes from an IKEA. Most people live like hundreds of miles from an IKEA out here, and I just live like 20 minutes from one. Never go there, but it's there.
Which bit of Canada are you in? Oh,
I'm
sorry,
in
are you
America.
in Canada?
No,
Oh, you're
I'm
in America, sorry.
I want to go to Canada. I'm about 100 miles from Canada.
That's it.
I'm, over here in Portland area.
Portland. Okay. Portland, Oregon.
But I live across the bridge in Washington. So.
You're in Washington State.
Yep. Just outside of Portland. I mean, I guess really
Grungeland.
I can see the towers from downtown Portland from where I live. So there you go. That's how separated I am. I get to work in Oregon and pay a state income tax, and then at the end of the year, I get all that state income tax back because there's no state income tax in Washington.
Aha! Nice. I just want to clarify something. I noticed a comment. This is from 5 minutes ago. So Chantel, who's at the LAN party, might be totally distracted. But she asked about 5 minutes ago, because this is a dodgy-looking color. She goes, it looks like something you need to drink through a life straw, which is those straws that filter can.
Oh, yeah.
I have one of those.
Survivalist straw.
I got one of those in my emergency bag.
Yeah, that's good.
I
But
was going to get one of those when the COVID thing happened. Like, oh, shit, I got to buy all the survivalist stuff. Amazon.com. I bought all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah, you did.
I got a bag set up.
Yes. Thank you. Bloody child from year 7.
What compelled me to get the bag was not just COVID. It was COVID, and it was the practical little mini revolutions that were happening in the States. And then on top of that, it was the fact that I live in an area that is overdue for a huge earthquake. So when the Cascadia earthquake happens, you can Google that. It'll trigger. It'll be bad here, but I'll survive it. I'm not going to die. We'll have like I think at least a minute of warning because it happens off the coast. So it'd be survivable here, but it'd be rough, like pretty bad. But it would also trigger the San Andreas fault. And what would happen is it resonates with the Cascadian fault and makes a San Andreas fault even worse. So what would happen is all of California would be just fucking destroyed. I mean, you're talking like a 10 or 13 on the Richter scale down there and a 10 up here. It would be horrible. So that's how
what's the thinking there that it's been so overdue for so long that's never going to happen?
No, it's going to happen. It will happen. It may not happen in my lifetime, but it's going to happen. The other thing too that can happen is, we could just have another mild quake in the area I live in. Nothing is prepared for an earthquake because it never really happens as often here. And also, we've only had one volcanic eruption since the 80s, which was St. Helens. We're really lucky right now. We're not having to deal with rumbles from the other volcanoes. So, there's that happening. A very mild earthquake here would cause some serious problems. So having a bag for the mild earthquake is better than not having a bag because you don't care about the big one.
Yeah, that's it.
I was when COVID, when I started taking COVID seriously, I went to New Zealand websites because they're always prepared for some bullshit to happen. They're always having earthquakes, so they know how to be prepared for shit. I'm just going to turn on a lamp here.
Why not?
Yeah, they also build everything to survive mild earthquakes. So if you build things for a mild earthquake and you get a bad earthquake, people have time to get out of building.
Yeah, that's better.
So,
well, New Zealand, I think, is one of the most seismically active countries in the world. So they've got to be ready for it.
Yeah. And because they're ready for it, they're one of the safest countries in the world.
Yeah. I remember talking about quakes in the US. I saw this fascinating thing. This happened a couple years ago. It was not a damage-causing quake, but it was one that was basically felt across a lot of the continental US. And the funny thing is, an earthquake, like earth tremors, they take time to actually travel across the landmass. There's the epicenter, and it takes a while. And I've got a huge amount of Americans that I follow on Twitter. And so I happen to be paying attention to Twitter when this tremor started. And I think it started like in California. And all these people I follow, they all just started tweeting tremor, tremor, tremor. And my feed just was going like tremor, tremor. And then people from minutes later, people from the central parts were tweeting that they were feeling a tremor. And it was fascinating to see. Like it took 10, 20 minutes to travel across. And I was getting real-time tweets from people going, oh, there's an earth tremor. There's an earth tremor.
Yeah. California has a huge population, and it's a massive state. So yeah, what happens is it can take 20, 30 minutes for an earthquake to go across California. And it's so big, and so you get all these things of tremor, and then yeah. We had the last thing we had here was about mid last year. There was a little tiny little wiggle, and that was about the last thing we've gotten. I haven't felt anything serious here, but I have told people to be prepared for me to jump out of a window because I'm not staying inside of a building. I'm running away.
Yeah.
If I know my instinct, the bag is at the front door. So when I run out screaming bloody murder, no matter how small an earthquake it is, I'll be prepared to look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Get under the table! You're not under the table. I'm gonna fuck out of here.
No, the worst I felt is rumbles. Like I was in an office at one point, and it was one of the ones that was on the windows faced onto a laneway in Melbourne, like not one of the major roads, laneway, and stuff started shaking, and I was like, is there a truck going down the laneway? Because it was the sort of rumble you'd get if there was a very large truck just outside the window. And I looked out the window and there was nothing there and went, oh shit, it's an earth tremor. And I was just like,
I remember when Ali was probably about 5 years old. I think maybe Shaylee wasn't even born yet. And we were sitting on the couch, and I can't remember if it was morning or night or what it was, but there was a tremor. And all of a sudden, I just thought, I'm back in Petersham, and there's a really big, I used to live in Petersham, a really big train going past, and everything went, I went, oh, that's really a big train. Hang on, I haven't lived in Petersham for 15 years.
It was just like that. Yeah. It was like something big going past. And then you look and there's nothing big going past, and you go, oh, it's an actual earth tremor. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, the last destructive quake we had in Australia was early 90s. There was quite a destructive quake in Newcastle that caused a lot of damage and killed people. And I happened to be doing this was when I was at uni. I was doing work experience at the Triple J newsroom, a radio station newsroom.
Lucky you.
Yeah, it was good. And we're sitting there, and the phone starts ringing, and someone answers the phone and goes, "Oh wow, really?" And they go, "Oh, someone just called me, said they were in Newcastle and there was an earthquake." And we're like, "Wow!" And then more phones started because I don't know. People ring radio stations to tell them there's an earth tremor, and the third or fourth one was like,
that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
The third or fourth call was, we were just laughing like, oh, there's an earthquake. How about that? But then the third or fourth call was, I'm in a building that's partially collapsed. Is it safer to stay or try and go outside? And we were like, fuck if I know. Jesus. Don't call. And then we were like, call 000. And they went, we just get an engage signal when we call 000. And we're like, and then we were like, oh, shit.
Because we don't get earthquakes. We really don't. Yeah. We are not on any faults. All the faults go around Australia. They go through New Zealand. They go everywhere else, but not in Australia. So it's really bizarre to have any tremors at all.
Yeah. So, we started off taking it lightly and laughing, but then the calls were, the buildings collapsed and I'm scared. And we're like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Jesus.
Yeah, the last bad earthquake we had here was in 2001, and that lifted and rotated the state capitol dome and cracked it. And,
shit!
And then, mind you, it was, what was it here? What was it, 5? I think it was 5, magnitude 5. So it was very low end earthquake, and it did that. Yeah. So they retrofitted it, and now it can withstand a much bigger quake. But the whole thing is that it will not collapse the people inside of it, no matter the earthquake, even if it's the horrible one everyone's waiting for.
Yeah,
a lot of most state buildings and most large buildings have been retrofitted, but like I live in an apartment building that was built in the 60s. It's like 4 levels, and this thing's coming down. It's a matter of
oh no!
I timed it. It took 37 seconds to get out the emergency exit from my front door in the apartment. If I run down the stairs. And all I need is 37 seconds of time and I can get out. So,
well, that's good that you got a plan.
You don't have a plan, you won't survive.
That's a good point.
With like bad storms too. You just get a bad storm. So all kinds of reasons for that. But it's good to be prepared. I'm a prepared person and happy to be prepared. I'm moving soon. So
It makes you feel good, doesn't it? It makes you feel like you've got things under control. See, that's why I bought nasal washers.
Sure.
Made me feel controlled. And now, 15 months later, I'm like, what the fuck did I buy this for? That's stupid.
It just makes you feel better about panic buying, but I was very, very particular about what I bought. I didn't panic buy it. So
yeah. Well, at the start of COVID, Mrs. Angry made sure.
online. It's connected to Wi-Fi.
What was that? Yeah.
That was Google Home.
Shut
Oh,
up.
that was Google Home.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi went out. I'm actually using my phone's hotspot. I'm using Vodafone at the moment.
Oh my God.
That's something analysts do.
Yeah, Google yells about the Wi-Fi every now and then when it goes out.
Like, turn the Wi-Fi off.
I hope it has a curfew, like you can tell it, don't talk to me like after 10 o'clock. I don't want to get woken up by something. Yeah.
It does. I have to say goodnight to it, and it'll turn on the. You say goodnight, and it turns on the sound of waves crashing on the beach, or whatever your nighttime relaxation sounds are. And tells you what your first appointment is for the next day, and leaves you alone.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Yeah. I had to put my do not disturb on my phone for overnight because AZ has literally no concept of time.
He doesn't. He has no
Like
idea.
that one there has no concept of time. That one.
Yeah.
I can agree with
AZ could be awake at 3 a.m. and he thinks it's the middle of the day, and he'll text or call, and I'll send him an abusive message back, like, for fuck's sake, don't do that.
That's funny.
That's old friends. Only really old friends can tell each other to fuck off.
Yeah.
Yep, that's for sure. Yeah. The other night, I was at my girlfriend's house. She has all these Google Homes. And we were talking, and 6 or 7 or 8 times in one conversation, Google kept turning itself on.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, "What is talking to you?" And then the third or fourth time we said that, it said, "Well, I'm sorry, but I must always listen to ensure." And we were just like, "Okay, let's go to a different room."
You can turn it off.
I know.
I have trouble with my Siri on my Apple Watch. Yeah. She just goes blah blah blah. All of a sudden, like, what? What do you want now?
I think mine's switched off. Hey Siri, you're switched off, aren't you? Yes, she didn't reply. She switched off. Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting the Google Home with a screen, the little Nest.
I've
been wanting to get one for a long time.
I like it.
I moved to get one. I like it. God, I can't wait to move. So excited.
But sorry, there was a funny one the other night. I saw a clip. Jimmy Fallon's late night. God, he's a fucking stooge, that guy. He had John Oliver on, and I don't know, Jimmy Fallon was having fun with a Google Home, and it started up when they were talking, and he's going, and John Oliver goes, "Oh no, let's talk to it." And he goes, "Hey Google, tell me about union busting." And it's like, "Hey Google, tell me about the working conditions at Amazon." And Jimmy Fallon is freaking out, and he's going, no, Google, stop. Because he's such a corporate stooge. Whereas John Oliver, he has a running joke on his show that he shits on the parent company that owns the network that he shows on. Jimmy Fallon's a fucking stooge. John Oliver's messing about, saying, "Hey Google, tell me about slave-like conditions in your warehouses.
Yeah. John Oliver's a lot better now than he used to be.
He's not going to be invited back.
Yeah. Back in the 2016 election, he was under a lot of pressure and it got to him. And he's better now than he was. Back in 2016, the parent company was heavily financed by the Clintons. And so he did a hit job on Jill Stein. Now, why he did a hit job on the Green Party, which gets like a few million votes every year, like, why would you do that? There's no point. I'm not going to get any audience for that. And not many people remember the show because it's not something that got a lot of views.
Yeah.
It was just there to tell people to not vote third party. And ever since then, he's gotten a lot better. But, I think he felt kind of humiliated after he realized what ridiculous shit his researchers piled into his mouth. They're like, this is true. And none of it was accurate information.
It's like, so he did a hit job on Jill Stein, but he fucking sucked up to Donald Trump. He did really friendly stuff with Donald Trump, which was ridiculous. And also, hi, Earthcrow. Come in to say hi. Nice to see you, man.
He's better now. Yeah, John Oliver is better now, but he was bad. But now he's better. He kind of, he grew himself a backbone and everything. And he always was going to. He always was, but I think, that's when his show was still pretty new, so I think he was a little nervous about some things. And now he was, but I won't watch.
You never know what the executives are telling them behind the scenes. You can't keep this job if you do this, and that.
That's true. The other thing I think happened too was that the researchers that the show was using at the time, I think, were chosen by the executives. So I think those researchers had biases, looking out biased information. Now he does a lot more of the research than his researchers because he got that feedback, and now he's better. But I still won't watch his show because come on.
He understands his position better and what his power is.
And I think it's better that and I think it's a good thing that he hasn't brought it up since, because A, it would just make him look ridiculous, and B, it would bring up an old ridiculous conspiracy stuff. But
I was just messing with autofocus, Nettie.
Oh,
it was focusing on the wrong thing, so I had to wake up.
What?
I think, Chris, you hit the nail on the head when he was subjected to network heads and network people who were taking Clinton money as just like, and it's like, look, okay, in terms of the broad perspective, if in American politics, if you limit it to Democrat v Republican, I'm always going to come down on the side of Democrat versus Republican, but I'm not shy about saying, oh no, if you're dependent on the Clintons, if you're getting Clinton money and shit, you are not going to be trustworthy. You were going to repeat their propaganda, basically.
Yeah, but he's a lot better now, I think, mostly because he engages himself in the research as well. So he fact checks his fact checkers to a certain amount, and now he's better. But I just don't care. I just don't want to watch the show. Just like sometimes you do stuff, and you know what? I ain't got the time for it.
Yeah, I have to admit,
I bring in all kinds of information. Like, I follow Fox News on Twitter. I follow, Al Jazeera on Twitter. Like, I just want information. But, like, I'm not going to actively go and watch Fox News. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I guess I tend to see clips on YouTube and Twitter and stuff. I don't watch any of those shows, but I'll occasionally see clips from them, which is where I saw the John Oliver clip, which was fucking hilarious. But
John Oliver's great, by the way. He's great. Like
that Fox News we were talking about it last night. That guy who is in a lot of trouble at the moment, Matt Gaetz, because he's been paying escorts for sex for years, and now it turns out that he paid a 17-year-old to cross state lines for sex.
That's trafficking.
That is trafficking. It's a really serious federal offense.
It's a really interesting thing because his family has said, and it's like his family has contacted the FBI about the DOJ trying to extort him, but yet he is friends with someone who does engage in unscrupulous activities with young women, but yet he's never said he's done that. But I mean, there's something, I think this thing is deep. It's a deep thing. I don't think we'll ever get to the end of it, but I think what happened is that somebody somehow got a hold and in touch with someone who either lied about their age or didn't talk about their age, and they didn't. The person that was involved in it, I think the congressman in this instance, either didn't know or didn't find out to look too late.
Yeah. Oh, I realized he was in trouble because I saw this clip. He was on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox, and he said, "Well, Tucker, we were out with dinner with this young lady, and and you saw her, and and Tucker just went, I have no memory of being out with you."
Yeah.
And that was like, oh my God, Tucker just went, no way, motherfucker, you are not dragging me down. I don't know nothing.
At the same time, though, is we don't know if Tucker's just saying. We don't.
I think Tucker's lying, but he was throwing Gates under the bus. He didn't say, yeah, man, I remember that, and you were completely legit. He was just like, motherfucker, do not drag me into this.
Why is his family saying they were being extorted for millions of dollars?
Yeah.
Why?
No, Gates is going down. I reckon the clock is ticking on that motherfucker.
It's just so weird. It's.
You know what's weird? That these guys who are up to this kind of bullshit, they're so late teens, early 20s, and they just haven't moved on.
Mentally they haven't.
Mentally they haven't grown up. Yeah. It's just we don't really know exactly what happened. We don't really know who this person is. We don't know who was trafficking. We don't know if it was trafficking. We don't know if he's being extorted. We don't know if he's not being. We don't know. So I'm interested to find out how horrible of a person he is, or in the rare case, maybe he's not just a shithole person. Maybe he was set up kind of. Maybe he wasn't. But man, it's exciting to find out. And someone's going to go down.
At the simplest level, he's been paying escorts for a long time.
Exactly. Yes.
And personally, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't either.
It is actually against the law in the US.
Which really bothers me.
I would go, but yeah, it turns out that it's incredibly likely at least one of them was underage and he knew that. Mm-hmm. And and taking her across state lines for the purpose of sex, he's fucked. He is so fucked.
Yeah. But yet at the same time, I haven't. No one's heard from. Has anything come from the actual victim here? If there is a victim,
I don't think so. Also, I don't think he regards herself as a victim, but is this person even real? The big thing is I don't think it's non-consensual. There's no non-consensual elements to it. It's just there is illegal elements to it. So
it's really complicated, and I'm excited to see what happens. I hope he goes down because he's a shitty person politically. But if he doesn't do anything wrong, I mean, if it turns out he doesn't do anything wrong, and they just get him for paying an escort, well, okay, that's a slap on the wrist, but that shouldn't be illegal in our country anyway. But I mean, if they do something wrong, I hope he goes down because then he's a family morals person and who's doing shit with underage people, which is fucking disgusting.
No, but also it seems like Republicans are throwing him under the bus, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Which is crazy because he was like all buddy with Trumpy.
Oh yeah, he was so into Trump.
Oh, and it's so funny watching Republicans eat each other. They're like, "Oh, Trump's gone. Oh, this is fantastic," and the voters are like, "We want Trump." Actually, here, our Congresswoman was one of the Republicans that voted to impeach Trump, and they had of course, no mask, no social distancing. Town hall, which is certainly illegal under state law, but no one's going to enforce the law here. And this is way out in Battleground, the suburb of where I live. And they all said that, we are going to remove our support from her. We want a hardcore, right-wing, Trump-supporting candidate. We love Trump. That's the party. We love Trump. and that's here in a county of like 1 million or less. So if there's that going on here, the Republican Party is Trump.
Oh yeah.
Trump will come back. He's coming back.
It's so bizarre.
Apparently, he's just hanging out at Mar-a-Lago and crashing wedding receptions and shit. And I'm going to say something about the married couple. I won the election. It's a conspiracy, and it's just like he's like really sad and pathetic, which is just fun.
But at the same time, he had that big speech on at the RNC or whatever it was, a CPAC a couple months ago. So
yeah, CPAC a while back, yeah.
I am 100% guaranteed that Trump will come back. I don't know if he'll win, but he's coming back.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens, actually.
The scary thing, too, is it kind of reminds me of, like, Hitler was imprisoned. Then he came back. And here Trump lost. But then he came back. And so this time, they literally stormed the federal government to try and stop him from losing. So if he wins again, it doesn't matter. I think he's just going to take over the country. It doesn't matter. Like win or lose, he's going to become president. He certainly has the power to do so. I don't know if it'll happen. He's got the power. The scary thing too is everybody would be so excited if the police and the military took over the country because then we'd be safe.
Yeah, I think that's time for my semi-regular endorsement of the Behind the Bastards podcast.
Yep, that's a great podcast.
I'm trying to. I think they called it Behind the Fascists. They had a little mini series. That's it. Behind the Insurrections.
Yes,
they traced a succession of fascist or attempted fascist insurrections in the 20th century. And it went from the successful ones in Spain and Italy to the failed ones, like Hitler's first attempt, the Beer Hall Putsch, and one in America that's known as the Business Plot. Fun fact, the USA, England, and Australia all had right-wing extremists who were fascists, who had plans to take over the government in pre-World War II. So that's a little fun fact. Admirers of Herr Hitler.
The American Nazi Party was huge in the United States in the 30s. I mean, massive. I mean, they filled up Madison Square Garden to capacity.
Yep, I remember that.
It's a miracle FDR won that following election. Had he have not won, man, the Nazis would have taken over the country. Period.
But it was borderline. There were forces in both the US and England who were saying, maybe we should be on Hitler's side. It was just like... sorry. Shout out in the chat. Baran Sonmez, I'm probably pronouncing that wrongly, my friend. Yes, I remember Effie Idal. That's old school YouTube memories from my very early days on YouTube. A Turkish dude who I became friends with, and he's actually apparently become a really quite well-known YouTuber and podcaster in Turkey.
Really?
Cool guy. We did a few collaborations because we just, I guess liked each other and had fun. And by collaborations, I mean, like he was in Turkey, he'd do part of a video, and I was in Australia, I'd do part. He gave me a script once, and he sent me an audio file that said, this is how you pronounce this. I was meant to say one line in Turkish, and I didn't listen to the audio file, and I just pronounced it like an English-speaking person would pronounce what he wrote in the script. And he just sent me a message back going, what the fuck are you doing? Did you not listen to that audio file that I sent? I said, you sound like an idiot. That was completely wrong. And I went, okay. So then I listened to the audio file and I went, oh yeah, that was completely wrong what I did. I had to go and reshoot the bit. It was like 5 or 6 words in Turkish, and I got it completely wrong.
Yeah.
So then I actually listened to the audio file he sent me and went, "Oh, I say it like that." It was like it was an actual Harry Potter joke. It was this whole thing Harry Potter.
Yeah. Now we're getting old because Harry Potter has been done for a while.
Yeah.
Good film series, terrible author.
I'm going to have to go. I think that my phone's data might just.
Oh yeah, no, you don't want to get a massive
Give up.
data charge. No.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, it's been lovely. Good night, guys.
Night, Nettie.
I know.
Bye.
Yeah.
Us now, buddy. Oh yeah, sorry, Earthcrow in the chat. Australian Prime Minister Robert Menzies had very kind words for Herr Hitler after his tour of Germany.
Mhm.
The UK and Australia would have just followed what the UK did, and the USA, it was a fucking coin toss as to whether we went for or against Hitler.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also a coin toss, really, that there could have been a chance. There really was very possible chance that Hitler just decided to not attack the Soviet Union because England was still a problem.
Yes.
But what it really came down to was that if he attacked England, then the Soviets knew that the Germans were going to come.
Yeah.
They knew as soon as England was defeated. But I mean, honestly, if someone just was like, "Look, dude, let's just knock out the English once and for all, and then we can take care of the Soviets in 10 years. It doesn't matter. We can take them on."
Yep.
So,
Yes, if he had focused everything on England,
they would have been fucked.
very different. Yeah.
I mean, if he just airdropped like 1,000 troops into London, which he very well could have done, war over, done.
Yeah.
It's an island. Where are they going to go?
Yeah. And not least because they're in the ruling classes, in the aristocracy, there were in the royal family, there were a significant number of sympathizers.
Yes,
Hitler.
huge amounts. I mean, for Christ's sake, man, the racist shit Winston Churchill said.
Oh my God, Churchill was fucking terrible. He's a monster.
I don't understand. Like, the only reason he was like, "We will fight on the beaches," is because his pride was hurt. That's really what it was.
Because Hitler actually said, "I am going to control England. England will not be in control of its own destiny. I will dictate what." If Hitler had not made it so clear he was going to take power away from the English ruling classes, they would have signed a peace
treaty. They would have signed a peace treaty in 5 minutes after Dunkirk. They would have. That's pretty crazy.
And Baran in Turkey. Greetings to you, my friend. I hope you have a good day in Turkey. One of the more because he brought up my friend Efe. One of the more fascinating videos Efe shared, and this was a long time ago, like from my very early days in YouTube. So it was like 12 or 13 years ago at least.
Mask time? Still, you still?
No. He shared this video. He shot it from a balcony. It was either from an apartment building or a hotel, and there were a lot of roads, like there was highways, very busy roads, and he's shooting this video. All of the cars stop, like they're really busy roads. All of the cars come to a complete stop, and people step out of the cars and stand at attention next to their cars. And he just posted this video, I think, with the title, "What is happening here?" And because the rest of the world is like, yeah, good question. What the fuck is that? And it was memorial for Ataturk, who was renowned as the founder of modern Turkey from the Ottoman Empire. He led the resistance to, what Australians always commemorate as the Anzac campaign at Gallipoli, which was a Winston Churchill idea that failed miserably.
God, I hate Winston Churchill so much.
It was a fucking disaster. Winston Churchill's campaign in the Dardanelles was an absolute disaster. And Australians, remember it as this big thing, the Anzac campaign. But of course, because that was a massive invading force that was repelled by the soldiers of the country, Turkey. So Ataturk, who led the army, was a hero and became the founder of modern secular Turkey. And he's still revered. So I'm not sure if it's his birthday or the day he died, but there's a day for a memorial to Ataturk. Everybody stops. And I mean, like traffic stops. People stop driving and step out of their cars and stand in silence for a minute for Ataturk. That still happens. It's phenomenal.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was so. But back to what I was saying earlier, I was
Yeah.
reading this really interesting article, and it said that, and it's in line with those podcasts you're talking about, where
Yeah.
if let's say Trump comes back and he's a complete dickhead, and even if he loses, he's like rah, 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 and they fuck up the election results because all these new election laws in Georgia and everything, and everyone's going crazy.
Yeah.
You know that 75% of Americans would accept a military occupation.
Oh, absolutely.
And that is the scare, because they would, and the people that wouldn't accept the occupation are people in cities. And you'd think that people in cities would be able to have more of a say. Well, you think that, but what they would do is they would just simply close the roads and out of the city and starve it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cities are very easy to starve.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not coastal. And there's a lot of left-wing non-coastal cities
Yeah.
that you could just, now here in Portland, we got tons of rivers. There's no way you're going to be able to stop people from getting out of here. But let's say Omaha.
Oh, the inland cities. Yeah.
Yeah, they're super fucked.
Yeah.
So. Scary stuff.
And again, bringing up Behind the Bastards again, Robert Evans's other series, a mini series called "It Could Happen Here," exploring ways a civil war could happen in the US. Oh man, that's thought provoking. Hey, I want to go back to Ataturk, and I have no idea if Baran is still here. Ataturk there's this thing that's on the Gallipoli Memorial. I have trouble reading this without tearing up because, again, they were the enemy, but it's like we embrace each other as whatever. And this is what's on the Gallipoli Memorial, the words of Ataturk. Those heroes that shed their blood and lost their lives, you are lying now in the soil of a friendly country. Therefore, rest in peace. There is no difference between the Johnnies, the UK forces, and the Mehmets, the Turkish forces. To us, where they lie side by side here in this country of ours, you, the mothers who sent their sons from faraway countries, wipe away your tears. Your sons are now lying in our bosom and are in peace. After having lost their lives in this land, they have become our sons as well. Fuck, that is amazing. That is actually embracing the people who fucking invaded your country. Mm-hmm. I get it. You are just the sons of mothers, and it was horrible, and we're past it.
It's a shit. The worst thing about it, too, was the fact that two countries from across the world were really fighting that campaign, and they were controlled by a different country. Yeah. Winston Churchill was not an Australian. He wasn't in New Zealand. And he sent all these people to go die.
He's a fucking piece of shit. So we were being dictated by the UK, and Turkey was allied with the Axis. So they were,
the Ottoman Empire.
Working under orders from Germany.
Yeah.
But just that thing of, Turkey could be, you pieces of shit invaded our country and wanted to take us over, and we repelled you. Mm-hmm. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
and that's not what he did.
Yeah, no, that's what he did. And the other thing too is they're the only Middle Eastern country that was not cut up after World War I by the Allies after lying to the Arabs about giving them their own area, which had the Germans and the Ottomans, had they have won that war, which they very well could have.
Yes.
It came down to some luck.
Yeah.
All the Middle Eastern problems we have now wouldn't exist.
Yeah. And it's not just the Middle East, it's Africa. Africa was arbitrarily cut up into absolute bullshit borders. The Middle East was arbitrarily cut up into absolutely bullshit borders. And it was to serve the interests of Europe and America.
Yeah, because America didn't want Europe to have colonies anymore. So you guys got to chop it all up into puppet countries because that's more democratic.
Yeah.
It is just insane, the horrible effects of the Allies winning World War I. But yet,
is fucking freaky when you think about it.
We wouldn't have had Hitler.
Yeah.
All those Jews would have never died.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
God, just the absolute insanity of the Allies winning is just insane. And then in World War II, oh my, there's so many things. Right now, actually, I'm at the part where Japan has pretty much beat the Allies and they're bombing Australia. And the Australian Prime Minister is like, because what happened in World War I, they're like, yeah, no, all of our guys, they're back here. In the home, and that's that.
Most of the Australian veterans were in the Africa campaign. And the Prime Minister Curtin said, hi, Winston, Japanese, you notice how they didn't get stopped in the Philippines and they didn't get stopped in Malaysia and they didn't get stopped in Singapore. Now they're coming through Papua New Guinea and Australia's next. Like they are literally going to annex Australia. And Churchill's response was, let them take Australia.
We'll take it back.
Yeah, after I've dealt with Hitler, we'll take it back. To which the Australian Prime Minister went, not cool, not cool. So I'm actually going to defy your dictate, and I am actually going to withdraw the troops from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meanwhile, our fucking part-time weekend soldiers, the reservists, held back the Japanese Imperial Army, which had been undefeated for 20 years. They had swept pre-World War II. They had swept through China and massacred a bunch of people. During World War II, they defeated the British. They defeated the Americans. And they came all through Southeast Asia. And there is argument as to whether they intended to invade Australia.
No, they never were.
It by blocking the naval passages. Yeah, but it's basically they were going to take over Australia.
Yeah, like they weren't going to invade it, but they were going to do everything they could to bomb it and make it a non-threat, and then use the threat of invasion to sign some kind of separate peace. That was their end goal. They didn't want to invade.
It was called the South Pacific Prosperity Zone.
Exactly. That Southeast Asia co-prosperity. Yeah. And it's just insane to me that like at this time in World War II, where we're at, the Japanese had beaten. They had won World War II. The fact we it's just like, the UK had lost Europe. I mean, honestly, at that point, you should have given up. But we got to kill millions more people.
Yeah. Yeah, a fuck ton of people died as a result of that.
We got to kill more people. I mean, yeah, we lost the war right now. We're completely, totally lost it. But you know what? We're going to keep fighting because we're assholes. Yeah. Oh, my God. I tell you what, man, the Soviets were lucky the Japanese decided to not go north.
Yes.
Because at the time...
because they have contested territory between Japan and Russia. Yeah.
I mean, there was... I think... I was reading really interesting Reddit conversation between a couple of historians and some just regular Redditors. And the regular Redditors were like, the Soviets would have been fine. The Soviets would have been fine. The historians were like, the only reason they stopped the wall of Germans was because they took all their troops out of Siberia. If Japan had started attacking their ports in Siberia, which, by the way, were getting supplies from the Allies, they would have... he would have been fucked. They would have had to have lost, because what would happen is the Germans were invading the part of the country that they were able to keep during the Civil War to win it, and the Japanese would have been taking over the areas that they could have fled to. They would have fallen. Period. They would have fallen. Yeah. And I guarantee you, the second the USSR fell, the Allies wouldn't have cared. Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, that was famously General Patton argued after the fall of Germany, the American forces should have kept going and invaded the USSR, to which everyone else was saying, George, could you shut the fuck up, please? That sounds really unpleasant.
Yeah, but he was right. He knew that the Soviets were always going to be America's enemy.
Yeah, and oh my God, because then he died in a car accident. Could you imagine if the internet existed now? That in World War II, that would have been a massive conspiracy, because all the sort of anti-communists would have been going, yeah, Patton's our guy, stand up to the Ruskies. Yeah, let's fucking take him on. And then he dies in a car accident in Berlin. They would have just screamed conspiracy. And it was like, oh, the deep state.
Yeah, they 100% killed Patton. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That come on. There's no way that was look, there's like Princess Diana stuff where, people die in car accidents, okay? But
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty rare that the general who was saying this war is not done yet
Yeah.
dies. The only one. Like, come on.
It was pretty fucking convenient. It was pretty fucking convenient that he died in a car accident.
It was. But
It was-
speaking of conspiracy theories in World War II, the Holocaust happened and the Nazis are pieces of shit.
Yes. Yes. Let's be
Don't-
clear on that.
You
Yes.
don't, like, Nazis aren't your friend. You don't debate Nazis. You do the thing my grandpa did to Nazis. You kill them.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. If they
Yeah.
are 100% like, I'm a Nazi and that's what I am and I hate these people and I want to exterminate them, you can't reason with that person. You need to arrest them or kill them. That is
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. When someone's opinions involve the extermination of other people, you don't fucking engage. You don't engage with people who say other groups of people don't deserve to exist.
Mhm.
It's just like, no, you say, no, you don't get a voice, okay? And if you fucking push it, we actually, that's what that causes wars to happen.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I have to deal with a lot of fascists here in my country. So
Yeah.
I either do not engage them when they start going down the slippery slope. I'm like, what are you doing? And then once they get to a certain point, I cut them off because I don't have any time for those people at all. I don't care how many guns they got. I don't care how many rifles they got, how many people they got. I don't care if they're marching down Time fucking Square with Nazi symbols again.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm out of there. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm a pacifist. I'm not going to fight them. So I'm just going to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. I still remember having to explain to my daughter, who was extremely intelligent, when she's like 6 or 7 years old, she's
Mhm.
like, why do wars happen? That's like the dumbest thing ever. I said, okay, you know how you get someone at school and they're really mean, they're a bully? And she goes, yeah. And they keep doing stuff because no one wants to actually get in a fight. And they keep being worse and worse until you have to do something to stop them. And she says, yeah. I said, sometimes whole countries are like that. It's just like,
yeah, I mean, it just sucks. War is hell. I don't think war should be a thing. I am a pacifist, but the only time I think war is a thing is, first off, if you're invaded. I am someone that believes that America should be like Japan now, have a self-defense force, and that's it.
Yeah.
All we need. But, it's like, if that's what happened in Poland. It was just like, we're going to invade and then we're going to kill everybody. And that happened in France. We're going to invade. We're going to kill everybody. It's like, when you do that to so many countries, at a certain point, it's like, okay, like, we have to fight this person back. That's you know what I mean? So it's like,
exactly.
Wars aren't started by people who are like, you know what, we can talk this out. We can figure it out. No, wars are started by people who want to kill you. Like, they want to kill you. And that's that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's how I explained it to us. Like, it's like those bullies, and they just won't stop. They just keep pushing it further and further. And you go, okay, I tried to just be reasonable and you actually got worse.
Yeah.
And so now we have to do something to stop you. As the unfortunate thing is, sometimes whole countries are like that.
Yeah. That was definitely the case in World War II. World War I was more a bunch of countries that did not want to go to war, so they made giant alliances. And then one guy got killed, and they were like, fuck. World War I was more of an accident. World War II was a premeditated, I'm going to kill everybody in Europe that I don't like.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very different wars. And it's weird when you see the history that led up to World War I. It was arms manufacturers who were basically selling more and more deadly weapons to different countries. And then they were just going like, oh, those guys you don't like? I actually just sold them a shit ton of guns that are better than your guns. So they're clearly going to invade you. So you ought to buy a shit ton of guns to be ready for that.
At the same time,
it was inevitable.
Yeah. It was like they did everything they could to not be invaded by using defensive tactics. But once you get to a certain point, once you build all those walls and all those guns and all those trenches, it's just going to happen. And I love the fact that World War I was started by an anarchist.
Oh my God. And again, that thing with Archduke Ferdinand, the thing that does my head in, the assassin who was planning to kill him, the initial plot failed, and he went,
Yeah.
"Oh well, it's over to me." And he was sitting in a cafe, kind
And
of
he-
going,
there.
"It sucks that didn't work." And Archduke Ferdinand's cars had been diverted, and then they stopped literally outside the cafe where the anarchist was, and he looked out the window and said, "Fuck me, he's right outside." And he just walked out and went bang, bang. And it's like, it's almost like there were cosmic forces going,
It's
"No,
going
this
to
is gonna
happen.
This is going to happen."
Yeah,
I
because
don't literally believe that, but when you look at the circumstances, it's easy to go, "Oh my God."
yeah, and like, there were like multiple. There was like a bomb too that didn't work, and
Yeah.
all kinds of shit. But it was just like people literally told him, "Don't go there. They're going to kill you," and then he got
Yeah.
killed.
Yeah. But when I first heard that story, that the guy, like, it had failed and he was like in a cafe drowning his sorrows,
It's amazing.
and the car stopped right outside the cafe, and the guy looked out the window and goes, "Fuck me, there he is." And it's like, oh my God, at that point, forces that I don't really believe in seem to be at play. And it's just,
Like someone's gonna have a bad day, and it's you today, Mr. Frog.
Oof.
Man. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit.
almost also, if you could go back and, like, be, like, you'd be a time traveler and go into that anarchist, I've forgotten the guy's name, but put your hand on his shoulder and say, "Dude, if you do this, the dominoes are going to fall, and literally millions of people, if you do it, millions of people are going to die. Millions of people." And because, you're just like, "No, he's a fucking oppressor. I'm going to kill him." And like, "No, dude, shit is going on. You have no idea."
Yeah, like I mean, you look when you tell a guy that, especially a left-leaning anarchist, they are going to second guess it because they just want to kill the heads of state so the people
Yeah.
can take power. That's what they want. They don't want to just have more citizens die. That's why they're there. They're already oppressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my God. The other interesting thing too is I used to watch this show called something Fall of Eagles. It's an old BBC show where
Okay.
it's a whole thing, and it's one season, and it's like 2-hour episodes, and it goes from like the mid 1800s until after World War I, and it shows you the ruling class of Europe go.
Yeah.
It shows how Germany could have become a liberal state and not became so militarized, but one guy dies and all this shit happens. But there's a scene in it where Wilhelm and the Tsar of Russia, they're cousins. It's a scene where they're playing pool, and cousin Willie pulls out a piece of paper and says, "What do you say we just say forget it? We're family. Like after we die, our countries can go to war, but as long as we live, what do you say? Cousins can't fight each other." And he signs it. The Tsar signs it. But only when he goes back to Moscow do they make him stop. Or sorry, at the time St. Petersburg, they make him stop. There was a chance that right there, it could have never happened. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have been amazing. But no, goddamn French.
Yeah. But also the Kaiser Wilhelm was a weird fucking
He's
character.
a weird guy.
Weird character.
Weird.
A lot of weird shit going on with that guy.
Sad man when he,
Yeah.
especially towards the end, he was just such a defeated man. It's just, you don't want to see that.
There was, sorry, again, I feel like a shill every time I go, "Oh, you should go listen to the Behind the Bastards podcast on this."
You should really listen to it.
He explains it so well. The one about the beer hall putsch, where Hitler's failed attempt to take over Germany, because he had Lutenberg, who was the big general from World War One, who's doing it. And one of the reasons the beer hall putsch failed is because, like, they had basically got a hold of these very key political figures, and they could have seized control of Germany. And Lutenberg had these guys in custody in the beer hall, and they're kind of like going like, "Stuff's not happening. Can we just go home?" And Lutenberg says, "Okay, but you have to come back. Okay, I'm going to trust you as gentlemen. You'll give me your word that you'll come back and be my hostages again, and we'll continue. And they went, yeah, sure, dude, we'll do that. Absolutely, that will happen. And Lutenberg goes, okay, you can go. And they all fucked off and go, well, I'm not going back there.
That's fun.
Lutenberg was an idiot.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's a lot of fascists. You have to have a very closed mind to be a fascist. So most fascists aren't very smart.
Yeah. And it was just like, you just kind of imagine, because that's when Hitler got jailed after this fell. But you can just kind of imagine Hitler getting back to Lutenberg and going, what happened to our hostages? And Lutenberg goes, well, I let them go home.
On a gentleman's agreement.
They promised they would come back. And Hitler just going, what the fuck? Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
What you fucking... Because Hitler wasn't an aristocrat. And you just imagine Hitler at that point going, why the fuck did I trust an aristocrat? They're all fucking morons. And it's just like...
Yeah. And yet irony would have it that Hindenburg, the other World War I general, ended up giving him chancellor, in which he took over the government then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Hitler, after literally trying to stage a coup and a violent thing that involved killing people and taking hostages, he served, what was it? I can't remember if it was like 18 months or 3 years in prison for an attempted fucking coup. And they were like, have you learned your lesson? And he went, oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
it's like,
fuck.
And you know what? It's funny because it reminds me of Trump again, because it's just all like he's not even in jail.
Oh, it's so Trump. It is so fucking Trump. Again, Trump's not as smart as Hitler. Trump's not as dedicated as Hitler.
An idiot. The problem is that he's surrounded by power-hungry deviants that want to control the world.
Yeah.
I mean, really fucked up people. And if they just were like, if Trump just listens to one of them, oh my dude, we're fucked.
Yeah, and he did. He had like, and it's freaky. Like the two worst ones. I'm trying to think that they were both called Stephen.
Steve Bannon and Steve Mnuchin.
No, not Mnuchin. Mnuchin was bad though, but he was just
But Steve Bannon was one of them. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Bannon was one. But Bannon got turfed, but the other one never got turfed. He was one of Trump's main advisors right to the end of the regime, and this dude was literally slipping Nazi talking points.
Oh yeah,
communiques.
Yeah, you're right.
Like in the State Department was issuing statements that had thinly veiled references to the 14 words in them, which is this white supremacy shit. Fucking hell, it was just wild.
Advisors, right? Not someone that was actually in a appointed position. It was an advisor.
No, this guy. Okay, I'm going to try and remember his name because he's a freaky guy.
Yeah, a little hard to remember right now.
Yeah.
How's the chat?
How's the chat? Is it not Stephen Miller? Was that his name?
Stephen Miller? Yes.
That guy is a Hitler worshipping white supremacist, and he never got fired. He was in the Trump administration till the very end, and he was the one who was slipping literal Nazi talking points into government communiques, and I was like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. But
it was
and that's the reason why I'm like, wanting to go to Canada so bad, because I know for a fact he's coming back, and all it takes is one of those fucking bastards to help him, and we're fucked, man. It's over.
Yeah,
the Karens from the suburban neighborhoods took over the Capitol, right? You have some actual brown shirts show up in a real mob, and some cops help them out, and some right-wing army people help him out. It's done. It's done. Yeah. I mean, come on. What's Grandpa Joe gonna do? He won't even remember who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
God, Joe Biden was so sick. cannot believe he shouldn't be leading a country. He's not mentally there. You know,
The way he fucking stops mid sentence, he's been doing it all. It's like he'll start making a point and like la, 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 and he'll just stop and go, "Oh, you know," and it's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? It's like your brain just stopped halfway through that sentence.
Yeah, it's not good. I feel bad for him. He shouldn't be president. He should be in a home. That's for sure. I know for like he doesn't even really like there's all these pictures of him in these fancy muscle cars and stuff for like cool Grandpa Joe, yeah. But I know for a fact that he doesn't drive, and they don't let him drive for specific reasons because he's not able.
No. And look, and to be fair, they don't let any president drive, but definitely.
I mean, before he was
definitely not him.
Yes, before he was elected, and when he wasn't vice president, they wouldn't let him drive then. Like he would be like, "Oh, they never really let me drive." There's like a Jay Leno show or something. He's showing a guy a Corvette or whatever. The only thing I like about Joe Biden is that he likes electric cars. That's it. But he's so old and senile that he doesn't understand how they work. So it's not helpful.
Yeah. I mean, I like Joe Biden's pro-union, and
yeah, he is. I don't know where that came from, considering his.
No, he's always going to be pro-union, and what but he just has this really sheltered old white dude mentality that's like, no, I can work with these other guys. I can work with these guys who are literal segregationists. I can work with these guys who are literal white supremacists, and it's like, Joe, baby, they're not good people. They are not good people.
Yeah, just like Hindenburg. I can work with Hitler. You see how it all just keeps stacking up, son.
Patterns keep repeating.
Yeah.
The first season of True Detective. Matthew McConaughey's sort of drugged out character just going, time is a flat circle, things keep repeating, it's like yeah, you're a bit of a fucking nutcase, but you're not wrong.
We got 4 years to get to Canada, plenty of time. Thankfully, I can stay in the area I like. I'm only have to go like 100 or so miles up there. I can get the same weather, everything.
At least it's not far away. That's the
nice thing about it. Really, it's great. Northwest is great. I wish we didn't have an international border. I wish British Columbia was part of the United States. But at the same time, I am kind of happy that they're not.
Because you can go there. Yeah,
go there, get that sweet, cheaper health. He's like, I'm probably not gonna be a citizen, but I could be a permanent resident. As a permanent resident, I can pay for health care, but it's gonna be top quality and a lot cheaper. And really, what more do you need?
Yeah. I mean, it's also like after having a holiday in New Zealand, I'm like, oh no, this is where you go if everything collapses.
Oh yeah,
a self-contained island that has fresh water, fertile farmland, and a bunch of dumb ground-dwelling animals for food and fur. And it's like
the best thing about New Zealand too is it's run by a very, very democratic socialist Labour Party. Right they're great. The prime minister, she's lovely, drives an electric car, fantastic lady. I mean, God, it's just
she made a speech today or yesterday about, okay, we're like, a year after when we all got freaked out about COVID, we've done so well. And she didn't say she never grandstanded. She never said, this is thanks to me. This is about me. She thanked the people of New Zealand. She's like, the people of New Zealand did this. She never said, I did this. She never said, my government did this. She was like, the people of New Zealand did this, and I thank all of you. And it's like, oh my God, that level of
actual socialist and actual collectivist. And that's collectivism. That's why they did so well.
Yeah,
there's a good amount of that in Australia. There's a good amount of that in Australia with the people of Australia, very, very collective in a lot of ways. Yeah. But it's just your government is the federal government in Australia has been the only problem.
Yeah, It's like Annette and Earthcrow in the chat saying, yeah, everyone wants Jacinda to run things. But it's like the only reason Australia did so well is the state leaders told the federal leader to go fuck himself. Like he's going, no, we shouldn't close borders and we should open all the businesses. And the state leaders all went, okay, counterpoint, go fuck yourself. And he set up this thing that he called the federal cabinet, where he would meet with all the state leaders and they would try and work stuff out. And he kept saying, we should do this. And all the state leaders kept saying, you should shut the fuck up, dude. You should just shut the fuck up. And the state leaders repeatedly went against him, and that resulted in controlling and containing the spread of COVID.
Yeah, that's democracy. That's the way it works. That's the way democracy works.
Because the combination of the Federal Conservative Party and the Business Council, like all the big business lobby groups, they kept saying, no, we have to open everything. We have to open everything. And it's like, no, look at the rest of the world. For fuck's sake, look at the rest of the world.
I think another big influence was, but look at New Zealand. We can follow their lead. We can do it. Like, I mean, come on. You know, you guys are so lucky being that close. It's really hard for the federal government to just, you know, sign off everything New Zealand's doing, because they're such a good example right there. And they're like your guys' besties.
Yeah, it's besties. And the federal government, who were essentially in control of the vaccine rollout, have absolutely fucked the vaccine rollout. They need to hand it over to the states. They need to hand it 100%.
The states control the healthcare in Australia, right?
Yep, the states control healthcare, and they need to hand it over to the states.
So the federal government shouldn't have anything to do with it. The states do all that. It shouldn't even
the federal government were trying to grandstand, and literally every statement the Prime Minister has ever said about vaccines has been horseshit. In a very early stage, he said, oh, we've cut a deal to get 10 million doses of vaccine. And then the company producing that vaccine says, no, there's no agreement. I don't know what he's talking about. That's not a thing. And every milestone they've set, like literally, he had said by the end of March, 4 million people will be vaccinated. By the end of March, 600,000 people were vaccinated. So it was like terrible.
That's funny. That reminds me of the opposite here. You know, it reminds me of Trump. Trump was like that with vaccines, but you know, the one good thing about Biden, one of the very other few good things about Biden, is he's going to end the pandemic.
No, your vaccine rollout has been going really well compared to ours.
Yeah, because Biden is just all like, here's all the money in the fucking world. Just get it done. And as soon as it's done, ship all the vaccines out and everyone will be happy. And then we'll just keep doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have so many American internet friends through the years on YouTube. I get messages all the time. Oh, you know, I got a vaccine, or my parents got a vaccine, or this and that. And it's like, this is good. This is excellent. This is great.
Yeah, the one thing Biden will do. The rest of his presidency will be a lame duck session, but this will be the one that he gets to do. Maybe it gets the transportation bill passed, and that gets a couple thousand charges put in. But other than that, I don't see him doing nothing good.
It was like, they for their own preservation, the Democrats need to
end the pandemic,
kill the filibuster in the Senate, and they have to stop those fucking vote restriction laws that all the conservative states are trying to push.
Yep. But they won't.
No, they probably won't.
No, they won't.
You look on paper, if everyone was able to vote, the Republicans wouldn't stand a chance.
Republicans wouldn't be a party anymore.
No, they'd be fucked. If everyone could vote, the Republicans would be fucked, which is why they do all these voter suppression shit.
If everyone could vote, the Green Party would be an actual party, or a Green-like party. There'd be an actual left party, because most people, they wouldn't agree with the Democrats.
No.
The conservatives...
At the very least, even the people who vote Republican, what they don't seem to realize, the platform they are actually voting for is the Democratic Party. And people who actually want to be progressive would realize the Democrats don't provide a progressive alternative.
Yeah, there's a big push right now because the squad has given us empty promises for 6 months now. They said we'd rather be one-term senators as long as we get a vote for Medicare for all on the floor. Okay, great. they had a chance to force a vote back in January, and they didn't. And then they're like, they let the $15 minimum wage die.
Yeah.
And and then people try to hold the squad accountable, and people say that, oh, you're sexist because a lot of members of the squad are women, or they say, oh, well, you don't understand, they're doing this, they're doing that, but they're making deals, and it's like, we specifically voted for them to not fucking do that.
Don't make deals.
Exactly. So it's like literally AOC is doing everything people don't want her to do.
I think the trouble is power's really seductive. You get in there and it's like, hey, the double barrel of you could end up being a person of power who could make and so your idealistic self says, yeah, if I just play the game for
I can change
decade, yeah.
Criminalism. So yeah, that's the thing. It's just all like, all these progressives, honestly, all of them except for like really Bernie Sanders. There's another independent in the Senate. I always forget his name. He's more of a libertarian, but outside of Bernie Sanders and the other independent in the Senate, I mean, all these other progressives are jokes. They're not getting anything done, and it's because they are Democrats. That's why. If they went as independents, so yeah, there's a big push right now for either another party, which is really moving, or independents. Because Bernie Sanders didn't give up in the $15 minimum wage. Squad did, though. Bernie Sanders didn't give up Medicare for all. Squad did.
Yeah. I think it's like I said. I think it's a combination of, power is seductive, and your idealistic self goes, oh, if I play this dumb game for a decade, then I can do change. And the second bit is you actually just make a lot of fucking money if you're part of the system.
Yes, and you make a lot of money as a congressperson.
Once you're inside the system, you go, oh, if I stay in the system, I'm set for life. And again, the squad, none of them come from affluent backgrounds. None of them are really, and they become affluent really suddenly.
Yeah. When you grow up your whole life not having wealth, like you grew up dirt poor. I tell you what, every time my bank balance goes below a certain amount of money, I shit my pants. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't go back to that. It's like prison. You can't go back.
Yeah.
You don't want to go back to skipping meals. You don't want to go back to, not being able to have water, or, having to walk 10 miles. You don't have a car. Like, when you're poor, you fucking suffer. You suffer so fucking hard, and you will do anything to not go back to that. So the fact that a lot of these squad members are making deals and getting more comfortable, and it's like, they don't want to go back to not having a job or whatever. I mean, they'll be fucking fine. They're fucking celebrities. They can write books for the rest of their lives.
They could literally write a book and make $1 million.
Like that's what Bernie Sanders does as a backup. He writes books about, being progressive, being a socialist. He doesn't make a shitload of money, but he makes enough to keep his family comfortable, and that's it.
Yeah.
He's a smart, good guy. But these very young progressives, they don't understand that they can move on to something else after, even if they don't get their thing done. So they're like you said, they want to stay there long term, and I don't want them staying there long term. I think we need to have term limits on members of Congress. I mean, now I'd say every 8 years you're out, done. I don't give a shit who you are.
Yeah. Yep, I can see the appeal of term limits, quite honestly, because, again, the Australian system is bad enough, but the US system
There's no term limit. You can be a senator until you die.
40 years. Some of them were a senator for 40 plus years.
Yeah, I mean, God, like Mitch McConnell should not be allowed to still be in Senate.
No, he is a fucking plague on US politics.
The other scary thing, too, is kind of shows what could happen with Trump and everything. Mitch McConnell has no term limit. Mitch McConnell has the most power of anybody in the United States government. He has forever because he's the leader of the Republican Party, and the establishment is conservative. So he's a conservative in control of the Senate, either the opposition or the majority, and he will always be. He built his own district around himself. He will never be removed until he dies. Nothing will dislodge him from controlling the country. And he has more power than the president. But 2,000 people in Kentucky voted for him.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. That state senator system in the US is fucking ridiculous. The fact that a state that has a population of a couple billion people gets 2 senators, and a state that has a population of 50 million has 2 senators, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
It is like Wyoming should, the way it should work is there should be proportional representation. So that means that forget the 2 senator thing, right? California should have 4 senators because they're a big state. Wyoming should have 1 or 2 senators. Kansas, which has a more population, they should have 2 senators. They shouldn't have 1. Even though they do have a smaller population than California, they should still have at least 2 senators because they have Kansas City. So states with cities should have, that are smaller should have 2 senators. States that have big populations should have up to 4, and really tiny states should have 1. That's a far better system than how it currently is. Because God, for Christ's sake, I mean, Alaska has 2 senators.
Yeah, and it's got like 5 people.
Nobody lives in Alaska. They should have 1. They're not even attached to the rest of the country. Hawaii,
like if you look at the thing, if Alaska has 1 senator, California should have 10. It's just like
exactly like things should be evened out in a way that's fair. But yeah, they should have things. Oh, we got a comment here. Earthcrow says that in Western Australia they have a newly elected upper house member who lives and worked in Seattle.
That's true. That is absolutely fucking okay. The Senate in Australia is weird as fuck. We have this. I'll try and explain it simply. Like everyone, the big parties have a couple people, like up to 6 people on their Senate ticket, and you have all these minorities. And how it works is, okay, if you get X number of primary votes, you get a Senate seat, and that's like a lot. So the big parties claim the first Senate seats, and the first, say, 3 or 4 people on the major party tickets get Senate seats, and then they go, okay, now everyone else, no one's got enough primary votes to pick up the remaining Senate seats. So we do this preference distribution between all the people, and how that often ends up working out is that someone with literally a couple of dozen to a couple of hundred primary votes ends up getting a Senate seat. And it's just really weird. It's not a completely fucked system, but it's just very weird. Like there probably should be a limit on, with the whole preference dealing, you must get a minimum of this many
votes,
preference votes, for the distributions to get you in there.
So someone
literally lives in Seattle, and
wait. So how is an American living in America?
He's an Australian, but he lives and works in Seattle.
He lives in Seattle.
So I actually don't know if there are any state laws which would now require him to quit that job and move back to Western Australia. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, because that seems kind of weird that someone who permanently lives in another country can run. I mean, you can with the internet. It's completely physically possible. That's not the problem. It's not like that's not the reasoning is, shouldn't they be living in Australia?
Yeah.
While they're running government, because if not, I'll run for office in Australia. Fuck.
Yeah. No, in short, like as Earthcrow's pointing out, he got 0.2% of the primary vote.
That's funny.
It's bizarre, but also he clearly never expected to win a seat. Mm-hmm. He was in a party called the Daylight Savings Party. He was a single issue thing, never expected to get in. He didn't campaign. He wasn't in Western Australia, and it was just through some arcane deal with preference swaps. He ended up winning a Senate seat, and
riveting information.
It's just fucking weird.
I really like this information. I like this information. This makes me laugh.
Well, we regularly get people in the Senate who have a couple of hundred primary votes, because the distribution of preferences gets really complicated.
I bet it does because I mean, like what you got like what 30 people on the damn thing, right? And you got
No, we get literally hundreds of people.
My God, hundreds of people down there. Oh, it's a crapshoot.
It's ridiculous.
What?
And because you go in to vote for the Senate and you have no idea who
most
90% of the people on the ticket are. Because
Yeah.
they always do things like, you know, I declare my party to be called the Rational Science Party, and they turn out to be flat Earth anti-vaxxers. But you see on the thing, oh, this guy's the Rational Science Party. Maybe I'll vote for him. But he's actually a flat Earth.
Research.
Oh, it's just.
See, that's the nice thing about where I live is all voting is by mail. So I just get my ballot and I go to Google and that's it. That's how I vote.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
At that, I don't know that's the thing where you are, but it should be because that's the way to vote.
Earth taking like the working out of these preferences took weeks. The actual election was weeks ago. And Earthcrow saying like the last 2 Senate seats went to the Nationals, who's the Farmers Party, and the Legalized Cannabis Party. So it's like the last 2 people in the Senate were stoned.
That's awesome. So the rules for the Western Australia state election was that you had to have lived there in your entire life for 1 year.
Yeah. And this guy who got a seat, like I said, people say, oh, he is an Australian, but he's living and working in Seattle. He never expected to win. He didn't campaign. He wasn't there.
What my plan now is I'm going to take over Australia. I'm going to move there for a year, get some kind of citizenship thing going on, leave, never return, but constantly run for Congress.
Yeah. Well, you know how to be U.S. president, you have to be a natural born citizen.
Yeah, this guy natural born
does not exist in Australia. The prime minister could absolutely have been born in another country.
Boom.
So you're in, buddy. You're in.
Man, I can run Australia. I'd be like, all right, just knock everything off, open up the borders. You're in the middle of fucking nowhere anyway. It'll be fine. You see any big spiders, just kill them. Keep giving everybody health care. It's fantastic. You know, have some trams. You know, legalize weed. Let's just calm down. Be fine.
That would be good. Legalize weed and calm down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Let's chill. Let's give a nice big social safety net, democratic socialism. You'll be happy. You'll be fed. Everything will be great.
Yeah, like Earthcrow's pointing out 2 former prime ministers. Tony Abbott was born in England. St. Gillard was born in Wales, which is quite possible. I know her parents were. Now I want to look that up because I know Abbott was definitely born in England.
I have an internet friend that lives in Wales.
Let's look her up. Julia Gillard. No, she was born in Wales. I thought you were probably right. I kind of trust Earthcrow. Kind of.
Damn Brit still running her fucking country.
Just between you and me, we won't let him know, but he's a bit dodgy. But I kind of trust him. So when Earthcrow said Gillard was Welsh, I thought he was probably right. But I just looked it up. Yeah, Gillard was literally. So we have had 2 prime ministers in the last 10 years who were not born in Australia.
Yeah. There you go.
And Earthquake is saying Penny Wong was born in Malaysia. Oh, yeah. Penny Wong is a senator. She is possibly my favorite politician in Australia simply because she has no time for people's bullshit, which is a thing of beauty. And people say, like, oh, she should be prime minister. Okay. She is an Asian lesbian. We saw what happened to Julia Gillard with just the waves of misogyny because, you know, she dared to be a woman in the top political job in the country. The idea of Australian tolerating an Asian lesbian in the top job is just...
I mean, it'd be good for the country.
Look, she is literally my favorite politician.
Be great. I mean, she'd endure hell, but it
I wouldn't wish it on her. It would destroy her life. This fucking redneck country. The idea of an Asian lesbian being the prime minister would fucking break people.
It'd be great, but yeah, it would. Yeah, they'd be treated like terrible. They would just treat her like she'd have to be prepared for that because
Yeah.
But I mean, how much of the population doesn't live in cities though?
About and I'm just spitballing here. I think about 90% of the country lives in the major cities.
Yeah,
certainly 90 plus percent of the country live on the coastline. Like the people who live inland are very, very small minority. Oh, I got hiccups now.
People who live inland are typically badasses because they can survive there.
Well, it's a weird place. That's where I grew up. So yeah, Earthcrow saying about Penny Wong. She's Asian, atheist, lesbian, democratic, social. I just love her attitude because she's like got no time for anyone's bullshit. There are various bits of video of her which are just the best. Like when she is just fucking sick of someone, and she makes no secret of the fact, like, dude, I am fucking done with your shit.
Yeah, you know who else does that? My man Bernie Sanders. I don't agree with everything Bernie Sanders does. I want to make that clear. But I respect him. He has great policy positions, and he got no time for bullshit. All right.
Yeah, probably one of my favorite things Penny Wong did, and it was quite a while ago. It was like 5 or 10 years ago. There was this conservative politician, Joe Hockey, who was a piece of fucking shit. And since he left politics, he got put into an ambassador job. But they were both in the ABC, the national broadcasters' offices, to be interviewed by different people. And it was for radio, but the modern world, they always have cameras in the radio interviews because they put stuff online.
Yeah.
And so there were all these cameras about. Joe Hockey was coming out of one interview, and Penny Wong was walking towards hers. And Joe Hockey does this because there are all these cameras around. Joe Hockey, as they cross paths, does this dumb shit-eating, "Hi, Penny," and she just looks at him and goes, "Ugh," and rolls her eyes and walks past.
That's awesome.
It's just
that's awesome. That's a power move. That's a power move right there. That's what that is.
It's like because he was like to go with internet vernacular, he was being a total cuck, just going, "Oh, hi, Penny," and she just rolled her eyes, made a noise of disgust, and walked past him without actually exchanging words. And
power move.
Oh,
the roommate who was very upset. Power moves. That's a power move.
Yeah,
that's a story for another time now. I need a drink. I need to get me some. I'm gonna go grab me a drink. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll wait for you, man. Earthcrow, okay, that's good stats. 71% of Australians live in major cities. 1 in 10 live in small towns, according to the last census. That's pretty good. And yeah, oh God, Earthcrow, when other people don't know they've dug their own hole with Penny until it's too late. Jesus, just don't get on the wrong side of Penny Wong. Jesus Christ, she will fucking eviscerate you. No, she's like I said, she's definitely my favorite politician in Australia. But when people say, "Oh, Penny Wong should be prime minister," it's like I would not wish that on her. That would make her life hell. That would make her life fucking misery. Because this country, they couldn't deal with a female prime minister. There is no fucking way they could deal with an Asian lesbian prime minister. For fuck's sake. She would have about 75% of Australian males against her and over 50% of Australian females against her. So just be bad.
Realize how massive.
Chris is back. Stop talking about him. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Jesus, it's like a fucking like mountain climb to sit down in this chair for me. God.
Yeah. I love. Sorry, I was just talking about how Penny Wong might be my favorite politician, but I wouldn't wish the prime ministership on her because it would be terrible. Earthcrow summed it up. Penny Wong's who we need but don't deserve. The country lacks the maturity
Penny
and
Wong is the Australian Batman.
She is. She is the leader we need but don't deserve. But she's the leader in the Senate. She is the Labor Party leader in the Senate. And she is a fucking force to be reckoned with. There was a hearing because, like, we've been talking about all the shit with sexism and actual sexual assault and rape in the Conservative Party in Australia.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
There was a hearing where this guy who was leading the investigation into that stuff, and then he's like admitting they're not investigating anything. And Penny Wong and a couple of the other women senators who were there were basically not taking this guy's shit, and they were just like, "What you just said is garbage. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What are you doing?" And they were just like, it was just they were calling this guy out and saying that is what you said is such bullshit.
Oh my god. Can you believe that? Oh, we're not investigating the allegations of, rape. God.
Literal rape. There's a whole bunch of sexism.
It's not like the Matt situation here, Mr. Matt Man, with the possible sex trafficking, possible extortion. Who knows what's going on there? Yeah. It's not like that, right? This is like literal people have come forward and said, I was raped. And he's like, I'm not going to investigate that.
Yeah. And there are a bunch of problems with sexism and misogyny and abuse and whatnot. But there's also literal rape. Right. And the government and the prime minister have proved absolutely incapable of dealing with it. And it's just
Jesus, that is such a step back for such an advanced country. That is
it's so bad.
Like,
it's
I mean, you expect it in the United States, but Australia, I mean, like on the international scale, like people don't think of Australia as that backward, but good God, I mean, what a stain! What a stain! That's fucking terrible. God, so bad. Why?
Yeah. Oh, as Earthcrow is pointing out in these hearings, these women led this guy who's a public servant on. They just gave him enough rope to hang himself. And when they got him, it's just like, yeah, buddy, we're pulling the trapdoor now. You are fucked. And it's just like,
yeah. Bernie's pretty good with that here in the Senate. I'm excited. He's the Senate Budget Chair Committee, so every bill has to go through him now, which is great news.
Yeah.
So, God, the fact that he was the Senate Budget Chairperson, who could have got the COVID-19 bill passed through reconciliation and everything, and even with him pretty much being the go-ahead vote, even with him, there AOC and the squad was like, $15 an hour, can't do it. He's like, I say yes. Biden doesn't say yes. I say yes. $15. What are you doing? Nah. Go fuck yourself, Bernie. We don't care.
No.
God.
Yeah. I mean, I still hold out some hope. I think good stuff could end up coming out of the Biden administration. Maybe it could.
I mean, electric vehicle charging could be good. There's some high-speed rail projects that are happening that need some federal funding to help boost them. Their private projects. There's one here in Cascadia between Vancouver and Eugene, Vancouver, BC, not this one. And Biden loves trains, and Biden may go to Mayor Pete and be like, hey, Buttigieg, do the train thing. But I want to tax people for driving to work. Yeah, you can do that later. Just the train thing. Thanks, kiddo.
Like, Mayor Pete, God, he's a piece of shit.
I've told you guys, I met him personally. I filmed interviews with him. I worked and lived in South Bend for about 2 years in my adult life. After my dad died, I went back to Indiana and stayed around for a bit. And oh my God, he was very nice. All politicians are nice, but we would laugh at him on the TV because if we got to South Bend stations, which I worked at, he would just sit in front of the plow truck station during a blizzard for like the whole day, the whole morning, and he would just sit in front of the camera. He wouldn't shut the fuck up. So he left the camera on. And these drivers want some donuts. Get a picture of me giving the drivers that. Now, mind you, it was nice, but he was really there to talk to the cameras because it's a blizzard and he's got nothing else to do and nowhere to go.
Yeah.
But oh my God, I interviewed him for the company I ran. We did some kind of music thing, music village thing, whatever. It's all to do. Anyway, but that man has no soul in his eyes.
No, he is a slimy creature of politics. He's awful. And
I am convinced that man has CIA ties.
Oh my God,
his Afghanistan stuff.
CIA guy, yeah.
Oh my God, like the way he acts, it's just like you feel like you could close the door and like you turn around, the door is open, and he's got a knife. Or like you drink something, you're poor. Like, I mean, he's a fucking bad dude, man. He just is. I mean, for Christ, he's a Department of Transportation manager. A lot of people don't know this. And City of South Bend, they were redoing all the roads for some fucking reason. I don't know why they didn't improve anything. There was supposed to be a stoplight, and the stoplight wasn't repaired for 6 months. During that time, a child got ran over because the child didn't have a signal. Do you know who he blamed?
Oh, the child?
The child.
Oh. But there was weird shit like he did these absolutely bizarre, inexplicable trips to Africa and whatnot. And it's like, why would a non-CIA person be doing these weird fucking trips to Africa? I'm not saying he is CIA. I would just like someone to explain to me why a non-CIA person would do some of the stuff Buttigieg has done.
Who also has a very, very shady military history in Afghanistan.
Yes! His military service is dodgy as fuck.
And the really creepy thing is his dad was a profound socialist in Indiana. Big left-wing socialist who Dr. Cornel West worked with many times. Very rare for someone in Indiana, especially Notre Dame. Catholic conservatism usually rules it. And yet his son is a corporate dirtbag.
Oh, God, he's such a corporate dirtbag. Yeah.
Something happened to him. He was brainwashed when he went in the army. There's no way that he wasn't.
No, there again, it sounds conspiratorial. And I'll also look, there's no actual evidence of it, but there are bits and pieces that suggest he got brought into the CIA when he was in the army.
And even if not that, we don't really know what he did in the military regardless. But and that's a bad thing. We should know what our troops are doing regardless. But either way, you don't go from being the son of one of the only democratic socialists or left-leaning, really leftists in the entire state that have any notoriety and then become a conservative corporatist.
Yeah.
Without something there.
Yeah. No, he's a fucking soulless party machine operative. It's just like, fuck. And that was the thing that I love. And it's like, okay, like what happened to Bernie Sanders in the primary wasn't illegal and wasn't from a certain definition, it was a conspiracy. But it was literally just
illegal.
Yeah. The Democratic Party machine said, oh my God, we are now scared shitless that Bernie Sanders is going to get the nomination and he'll shake up the power structure. So they went, hey, you know what? Joe Biden just did 10 times better than we expected in South Carolina. So Joe Biden's the guy. And they just went to Buttigieg and was it Amy Klobuchar who was still in?
Yeah.
And they just said, you two are stepping the fuck out because our guy is Biden. There is no ambiguity, none whatsoever. All establishment votes are going to Biden. So you two step the fuck out. Because they saw what happened with Trump. The Republican machine did not want Trump to be the nominee. And They threw everything they had at him and failed. The one thing they didn't do
Let's
is to say
consolidate.
to all the candidates, all of you drop out except the front runner. All of you drop out except the front runner. They let them all stay in, and it fractured the vote. And the Democrats went, that ain't happening to us. We are not fracturing the establishment vote.
The thing that really pisses me off is that they held a primary, but there wasn't a choice. It was always going to be Biden.
Yeah.
There was no other option.
But prior to South Carolina, Biden was a joke. He'd been doing really badly.
The other thing too is like his victory in South Carolina wasn't that amazing. He just happened to win something for the first time in his life.
It was just better than they expected.
Yeah,
So they
were like, "Oh wow, you won!"
Yeah. Klobuchar and Buttigieg got dragged into a back room and said, we will give you a cabinet position, but you are pulling out now because the establishment is 100% behind Biden now.
It's like the other thing too is like, that's pay for play. That's a bribe. And in other countries, even in the primary, that's illegal. You can't bribe somebody to do. You cannot do that. It's illegal. And so the thing that really pissed me off is that now Mayor Pete is the DOT head with no experience, and who has really shady ties, and who is friends with McKinsey, who loves to own this giant corporation that loves to own infrastructure projects that are funded by all kinds of deep state programs. And that's what they do. That's where they get their money. That's not a conspiracy thing. That's just what happens. But and that's the messed up thing to me is that like Mayor Pete plays, and then he got paid, and that's illegal anywhere else. Yes. And so did Klobuchar.
But
if she didn't endorse Biden and she still got blown up in Minnesota, she would have been primaried and lost her Senate seat. She didn't.
Yeah. Well, they never put anything in writing. That's how they get away with it. They never put anything in writing that says we are cutting a deal here.
Those people are so brazen. I bet you your ass they did write it down.
Probably. Actually, no, fair call. There's probably emails.
Remember Neera Tanden? They were trying to get Neera Tanden a position.
Yes.
Scum of the earth, Neera Tanden. Let's kill everybody in Libya and take their oil.
Yeah. No, she is such. Yeah, no, she's pretty shitty. But it's clearly like I think the Democratic Party looked at how the Republicans had failed to stop Trump, and they said, "Well, we're not doing that." And they literally dragged Klobuchar and Buttigieg into a back room and said, "You are stepping the fuck out because there is just going to be one establishment candidate." And the funny thing, I don't know if you remember, Buttigieg pulled out before Klobuchar because Klobuchar fucking hates Buttigieg. She hates him so much. I have no doubt when they pulled her into the back room and said that, she just said, that little weasel rat fuck is pulling out before me. She goes, that's my one condition. That little weasel rat fuck is pulling out before I do.
Definitely didn't say it that calm. I mean, she literally ate a salad with a pen. She threw she throws binders of people. Like, remember people were mad that Mitt Romney had binders of women? Well, Klobuchar is a woman that had binders and she threw them at people.
Yeah, she's an angry person and she hates Buttigieg with a fucking passion.
She's a real piece of shit. Goes for low blows. Klobuchar goes for
she's not a good person.
But oh my god, it's just the thing too that really that annoyed me is that, well, it's a good thing. Even after that happened, Bernie still could have won the primary. There were still several big states to happen. But what happened was the pandemic hit, and the Democrats, who everybody has now forgotten, the Democrats were always good with the pandemic. No, they weren't. Joe Biden was all like, you will go out and you will vote, and I don't give a shit if you fucking die. You must go in person to vote. And Bernie Sanders was like, I don't want people to die. I'm going to drop out so people don't die. And to this day, like just a couple weeks later, we know that several large outbreaks in the Midwest were caused by those voting.
Yep.
People literally died. So that way, you know what I mean? It was just like the thing too is the reason why I know they did that was they knew Bernie's a good guy. They know that he's gonna roll when it comes to people.
Yeah.
Biden won't, because Biden doesn't care about anybody.
Ugh. Yeah. No. Ugh.
I also
it was very weird to see.
But
yeah, because again, the way Sanders basically swept the first 3-4 primaries was unprecedented, and that sent the Democratic Party machine into absolute panic mode.
Yeah, and they literally destroyed the primary and used the pandemic to help do it.
Yeah, but again, I swear, I am reasonably sure they didn't. They used both the carrot and the stick. They definitely would have said to Buttigieg and Klobuchar, "Look, we'll get you a cushy position." And if they balked at all, and they said, "Motherfucker, you will have a mysterious accident where you step in front of a truck tomorrow if you don't do what we fucking tell you. You know we'll do it. You know you are deep enough in this. You know we will fucking kill you if you don't do what we say."
Yeah, they would have done anything to stop it. And here's the other thing too: is like they're on this high horse thinking that we won the election by a landslide. No, they won the election by a few thousand votes. That's what it comes down to. The thing that really I think is hilarious is that when it comes to re-election time, they're going to count all those voters from California and Nevada and Iowa that all voted for Bernie. They're not going to vote for Biden. So if it's Biden-Trump, Trump wins. Trump will win, especially once the pandemic's over.
Oh, the only reason Trump didn't slaughter Biden was the pandemic. And that was just, Trump's a fucking moron. Trump could have used that to his advantage, but he fell into this weird thing of politicizing it.
Oh my God, that guy's so stupid. He literally acknowledged that it was going to kill a lot of people, and he's all like, "I don't care, we'll gotta politicize it." Had he just been all like, "You know what? No, I think I am just going to take this one seriously. We'll take it seriously, right, guys? Yeah, okay, fine." Big business people are like, "But you can't do it." He's like, "Well, I mean, there's an election coming up. We don't want people to die. We got to keep people alive so they vote." If that was literally what his advisors told him, we would have eradicated COVID in a couple of months.
Yeah. But even if he'd just done, "Oh, hey, I'm going to market red MAGA face masks."
Yeah, just that alone.
He would have made millions and protected millions.
And the other thing he could have done that, mind you, pissed me out that Biden hasn't done this, is air travel. Why didn't we just stop air travel? That alone would have stopped the pandemic in its tracks, especially the first plane. Because and the other thing too that pissed me off too is that governors would not set up checkpoints along their borders here, which is different in Australia. They did that here in Washington. The biggest problem we had in the area I was living at the beginning of the pandemic was in Spokane. The metropolitan area flows into. There's a bit of a gap though. In Idaho, and in Idaho there were no protections, but in Washington it was full lockdown. And so what happened is all of our cases would come in from Idaho, and the governor refused to just shut the interstate. Yeah. God, if he had just done that, so many lives in Spokane have been saved.
Yeah. That's what our state leaders that did. They just said, we're closing our borders. Fuck that.
Well, that's what Nova Scotia has been doing the whole time. Not every province in Canada is doing amazing, and others are doing worse. But that's the difference in Canada. The federal government's doing what they can, and the state governments are closing borders here and there and locking down here and there, and just their marginal attempts are enough to keep a country with that few people without a bad thing. But Australia's scary though, because you have everybody's in the cities.
Yep. Yeah, I think Earthcrow looked up the statistics when you were actually off for a moment, and I think according to the last census, 71% people live in the major cities. 1 in 10 live in small towns, and that 1 in 10 is a significant chunk of your population. But 71% live in the major cities.
I mean, so you know, if 30%, so like if Penny Wong became prime minister, only 30% of the country would truly despise her. The other 70% would probably
dude,
like her.
Here's the bad news. What we learned from our one female prime minister, Julia Gillard, a bunch of people men who consider themselves like dyed-in-the-wool Labour Party supporters are misogynist as fuck. Like they hate the idea of a fucking woman telling me what to do, you know, and it's that came across as very interesting. I love her speech when she left Parliament was, you know, the shit that went down. She said it wasn't all misogyny, but, you know, it was misogyny as well. You know, it was tough and it was hard, and there were elements that were tough and hard that weren't misogyny, but you can't ignore the misogyny.
Well, when was that? Was that?
That was, Jesus, see, time doesn't mean anything, dude. When was she PM?
How long has it been?
She was, when was she PM? 2013. Holy shit, that was 8 fucking years ago.
Jesus.
8, GC, dude, time doesn't mean anything anymore. I had no idea how long ago it was. It was 8 fucking years ago.
Wow. Man, oh man. Yeah, so you don't know. Maybe things will be different. It's been 8 years. Who knows? It's a long time. Damn.
Again, honestly, the two front runners in federal Labor are both women, as far as I'm concerned. It's Tanya Plibersek, who's in the lower house, and normally the prime minister comes from the lower, like the equivalent of Congress, not the Senate. Penny Wong's in the Senate. Tanya Plibersek is in the lower house. At the last leadership spill, because there's a lot of speculation, would she stand? She actually point blank said, "I'm not standing for PM, just with my family situation and whatnot. I'm not. It's just not on my radar." That was, you know, years ago. So her opinion may have changed in the intervening years. So
yeah, family situations change.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
My God, I remember that name, and I haven't heard that name in forever.
Yeah, it was really weird to look that up now and find out it was 8 years ago that she got turfed. But yeah, it really highlighted just how misogynist this country is. And also, honestly,
and then much is happening now too with the conservative government you're talking about.
Yeah,
you're right.
Oh yeah,
haven't changed. Maybe we don't. We really don't know.
Yeah, although there's a bit of a wave at the moment, like the prime minister losing 50% of his support among women, and disturbingly, no support among men. His support among men hasn't wavered at all.
Yeah, you know, and that's a creepy thing, because it's just so like, how many women are with partners that are cool with WAPE?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's all fucked up. Oh god. Do you know what? I was thinking going to bed. Look who's just rocked up in the chat. Locust Trooper, buddy.
Trooper.
You want to hang out, man. So what time is it in your world, Chris?
It is 6:17 a.m.
Why do I attract Northern Hemisphere insomniacs? That's the big question.
Well, the thing is I'm not an insomniac. I'm just in a horrible sleep schedule.
You've just got a messed up sleep schedule. Okay.
Yeah. I sleep at horrible times. So like, you know, I'll fall asleep about 7:30, and then I'll wake up about 2 and go about my day, and everything's fine. But you know, I mean, you know, sometimes it's annoying, but not really. Especially with the pandemic. I haven't been vaccinated yet. I can't fucking go anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was a funny thing. I think I've mentioned this before, because with my cocktail channel on YouTube, I hang out in this Discord with all these other people who run cocktail channels on YouTube, and we're just chatting about, what are you doing on the weekend? And I just casually went, date night, going out for dinner and a movie. And no, I think I just said I'm going out, and someone who was like in the US went, what does going out actually mean in your world? And I went, oh, there are very few restrictions. I'm going to go somewhere for dinner, and cocktails, and then I'm going to go to a movie because there are very few restrictions in my world. And they were like, fuck.
And it does sound amazing. It sounds amazing. I tell you what. Scary thing here is they're lifting everything, I think, way too soon. So we'll have a fourth wave, but they won't do anything about it. Nothing will be done at all about the fourth wave. The people will be left to die, and they're like, well, should have got vaccinated. Tough shit.
Yeah. I do worry about what the next 6 months are going to do to the US and Europe.
I mean, I think in the United States what happens, a lot of people are going to die, but it's not going to be news. It's not going to make the headlines. Nobody's going to care. There'll be an article at the end of the year that says now 1.5 million have died from coronavirus, but now the deaths have stopped. And so we'll have a year of people dying and nobody will care because, well, I got vaccinated and so it's fine. So it's messed up, but we're not a collective country, so I wouldn't surprise me. No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the difference between collectivist and individualist. So, well, I tell you what, but the slump in the rate of deaths since Trump went away is fucking astonishing, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the Johns Hopkins map now. 30 million cases in the US, 553,000 deaths. But while Trump was still in office, was 500,000 deaths. Like it's slowed so much.
Yeah, so like right now we're still at 1,000, roughly 1,000 deaths a day. I think that's gonna be baseline for a long time. It's fucking terrible. But I mean, really all winter it was it was fucking terrible.
Yeah. You did have a bad winter, definitely.
I mean, like I said, I think the virus counts are obviously they're low, just like they were with the Spanish flu.
Yeah.
It'll take a bit of time to get it down. And I think the death toll is probably maybe double, maybe half, but it's definitely more than 500. I think it's closer to 1 million now, but because so many people that died in their houses that were never found.
Yeah. So, and the fact that it might not be sort of stopped for 6 or more months.
I mean, 6 months of 1,000. Like if that's just what it stays at, which is not bad. That's nothing compared to what it was. It's been the number one killer in the country still, but it's gonna whatever. People forget about it, and then it will slowly stop after another 6 months.
Yeah, that's another 150,000 deaths if that continues.
Yeah, so like it's just terrible. It is. Good news though is that, I mean, really, I do think that my state. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but I do know that Oregon and Washington will be at about herd immunity with vaccine, and infection rates will be there in probably about May or June.
Yeah.
I think by May or June, 70% of both our states will be pretty much herd immunity. We won't really have to worry about it too much. We'll let the restrictions, but there'll be very heavy enforcement on making sure you're vaccinated, making sure kids are vaccinated, making that mandatory. That's a law here in Washington State, that kids have to be vaccinated. And the Pfizer vaccine looks to be safe and effective with children. That's been a new U.S. study. So, yeah, it's going to be a problem for places like third world countries like Alabama. Mississippi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of poorer environments that are being really left out of the vaccination.
The South is going to be it's going to be bad. People are going to keep dying there for a long time from COVID.
That's not good.
Yeah, and then obviously you have countries like Brazil.
Oof, there's some bad shit happening.
I mean, like
Brazil.
Last thing I heard was that the Brazilian government is now in talks with the White House, which is signaling to me that the country is about on the brink of collapse.
Yeah.
And I firmly believe that Brazil will collapse by the end of the year from the pandemic. Hopefully they can rebuild. Hopefully there's not a power vacuum, but I firmly believe the country is collapsing. It will not function for the rest of the year.
Well, the literal fascist who was running the place, Bolsonaro, he clearly was of the opinion, if this kills all the poor people, that will be a good thing.
Well, what he's forgetting now is that it's just going to kill everybody.
Yeah. Because they had places. There was a disturbing story I read a while back. Like there was one province where an estimate had said 70% of the population had contracted the virus. And people went, well, that's herd immunity levels. They'll be fine. And they relaxed all these restrictions. And the hospitals got completely overwhelmed. And they went, no, your projections were complete bullshit. And we're now getting thousands of people a day showing up to hospitals, and the hospitals are completely
Our world lead now, while countries.
Sorry, but yeah, I was just checking a website there, CNN, and their main thing is, and it has been, is that Brazil is collapsing. That's what's happening.
Oh, it's not good. It is not good.
And to be fair, with all the rioting and infection that was happening here. I mean, the country is still just on a razor's edge. I mean, the United States could collapse at any minute. I mean, it just takes, it's a tinderbox. You get the right strike, it's done. I mean, the Chicago PD killed a kid. They shot a 13-year-old kid in the back. So I wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing rises back up again. So
yeah, we're looking at in classical terms the Mask of the Red Death. Earthcrow talking about some using how people with money think financial wealth will protect them from things like this, and it just won't. It's a classical story. I think it's about like the Middle Ages, where a city or country ravaged by plague, and all these rich people seal themselves behind walls and have this really decadent party while the plague ravages the country around them, and they think they're protected. But plague gets in, and it's personified. Death gets into their party and kills everyone in there. So
it's easy with the plague too. All you need is one person with. Is it? I think it's pneumonic plague is the one that can kill you within minutes. That's a real nasty one.
Pretty unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah. So if someone with pneumonic plague came into a party like that, everyone's dead within an hour.
Yeah.
Nobody has a chance of getting out of it.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much the thing that's scary in Brazil is while the vaccines there will work no matter what variant comes out of Brazil because the vaccines have been made so well, but there are no vaccines in Brazil, and the scariest thing, honestly, is the death rate is just going to erupt. It's nothing compared to what it's going to be. There are going to be bodies everywhere. It's going to be bad.
When you look at those slums they have, the Barranquillos and the indigenous people in the rural areas, where the rulers of the country not only don't care if those people die, they would actually like it if those people died.
Scary thing is I honestly, I do think all the indigenous tribes in the Amazon, I think they're either dead or dying. I think they're going to be gone because of this pandemic. I think it's going to kill all of them.
It's not good. It's not good.
Because they're not.
Okay, I want to brighten it because I think I am going to go to bed soon, but I want to brighten it up. This video I saw today, I was on Twitter. It was hilarious. It's like like a QAnon fuckwit, like an absolute moron. He was in his car, and somewhere was like slow traffic, like in the middle of the city.
With the
bullhorn. You saw the bullhorn guy. Yeah. So this guy's got a bullhorn, and he's saying all this dumb shit like, congratulations on falling for the psyop. You're all sheep. And he was actually saying really embarrassing, dumb shit. Like he's so deep in conspiracy, and he's got this bullhorn going, you're all sheep. Congratulations for falling for the narrative. And someone's just like, no. And he's got on the bike, and he just starts hitting the guy. And then he ends up just because he's got a bike, and he's just smashing his bike into this guy. This is like a middle-aged guy, and he's so angry at this fuckwit spouting this shit, and he's hitting the guy's bullhorn. He's hitting the guy's car. He's picking his bike up and smashing it. And the guy's going, oh, and it's so funny seeing how cowardly this guy in the car is. And he puts his window up, and he keeps trying to do stuff in the bullhorn. And this guy eventually actually smashes the window on
the window. Yeah. And he's all like, oh, I can't believe you did that. And the funny thing too is his little conspiracy theory is hilarious. You know why? Here's why. It's just all like, They made it's a pandemic. They planned it all. They killed all these people just so we would wear masks.
Yeah. No, the guy is actually embarrassing. The stuff he's saying is so stupid.
So stupid. It's like that. That's it.
But someone who's just like, no, motherfucker, I'm living with restrictions. I'm living with lockdown for the common good, and I don't need your bullshit. and he just savages the guy. And what's funny is because this guy with the bullhorn, he's the one who posted the video online because he thinks that makes him look good, and like 90% of the
Make him
world
look
is
like
going,
an idiot.
"Oh, you're such a piece of
So
shit."
funny to me. She's all like, they did all this just so I would have to wear a mask.
They're such fucking idiots. They are such fucking idiots.
Some dude.
Oh, dear. I tell you what, fine people of the internet. I'm
About
going to
that
go.
time.
Thank you so much for hanging out, Chris. It's been really fun talking.
It has been fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I really enjoy it. So I guess this is actually comparatively early for a Friday. It's a mere 12:30 for me. So that's comparatively early for a Friday. But I won't be on for Saturday night. I will be having date night, but I'll probably be on Sunday. And also because Monday's a holiday, who knows? Anything could happen on Sunday night.
Mhm.
No limits. Who knows? So we'll see. We'll see. But look after yourself, fine people. You're all awesome. Thanks for hanging out, Chris. Thanks, everyone in the chat. Thanks, anyone who watches this back later. I hope you enjoyed the chat as well. Okay, Chris, what are we doing? High five, Chris. We're going to do high five. No, see, yeah, there we go. High five.
Oh.
Yeah. Bam.
I love you all. I love you very much.
Love you all. Okay, see you all later.